good. Okay, there we go. What's up, Yua and Saints? Heard about earlier, my browser decided to not load my chat. Eh? What happened to your browser? Is Twitch fucking up again? Oh no. haven't liked me in a match? Huh. Probably server issues for a bit. I should've... Oh my god. I should've started stream earlier. I got distracted. I was actually learning some ASL. God damn. You will be cursed with a disconnect chat. Oh god. I'm used to it. Oh god. What am I gonna do? My middle name. Disconnected. Rat disconnected trap. I fuck up my kneecap, dude. Ah, shit. Okay. How you guys doing, by the way? You, Saints, and everyone else. You're chilling out in the chat. Hold up, I got a better wallpaper. No, this is for the outro. Where is it? There it is. We good, Mr. Lagtrap? Nice. Nice, man. Yesterday was fun. I was so fucking tired though, holy shit. It was chaotic. I honestly didn't plan to stream today because I kinda don't know what to do other than drawing. So, but I guess we'll give it a go anyway. See what's up. Still need to finish my other drawings anyway. My cat is sleeping on my clothes again. Well, so be it. It's a cat. It can do whatever it wants to. There's nothing you can do about it. It's theirs, clothes now. Second. Forgot to do the thingy thing. The dingy ding, man. The dingy ding. I kinda want to drink some coffee at this hour. To be fair, I probably could. Probably won't be a problem. Other than I'm probably gonna fuck up my sleep time just a little bit. But I think I can get away with it. Just for today. 1 second, hey chat. Give me a moment. How many days it is until New Year? We have exactly 1 week. Oh shit. Exactly 1 week. Goddamn. "2022, dude. Holy shit. We're already there. What the fuck? Time goes by so fast. It's crazy. How the fuck do we get here already? Especially this year. Like this year, time goes by way too fast. Like, it's kind of scary. 55 more till Cyberpunk? I don't know if it's gonna happen in 2077. I don't think we're gonna be like that. If anything, we're gonna advance faster. Actually, I wonder how like technology, or just like, what's the word for it? Civilization, I guess, progress faster than ever in the past couple decades, if you really think about it. Like 20 years ago, fucking diskette is still a thing, and memories was like 1 megabyte was fucking huge back then. Now we got terabytes, petabytes. We got fucking neuro control and fucking prosthetic arm that you can control with muscles and neuron. Like, what the fuck? In just 20 years. Kind of makes you think. I think the world's gonna advance way fast, even before we reach 2077. I think 2050 we're gonna get to the point where self-driving cars a normal thing. Augmented reality is a normal thing. You know, body modification is a normal thing. And by that, I mean like the technology-wise. So like people start to enhance their limbs with technology parts. Do people today fight about what holidays you can celebrate? We won't see big tech progress for a while. Those people are not gonna see those days, for lack of better words. Self-driving cars are already common? Not really. If you really think about it, Tesla is not quite a self-driving car. It can drive by itself, but it cannot like drive by itself, quote unquote. Like, drivers still need to sit in the driving seat and hold the steering wheel. It's still a thing. Like, you cannot just like sleep, you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about, you don't need a driver at all anymore. Like, everyone that occupied the seats are all passengers. I'm talking about that. That will take a while. That will take a couple thousand more accidents and fixes and accidents and fixes until up to perfection. Because let's be honest, no one wants to experience the early stage of self-driving cars. It's no one wants that. It's the same shit as, you know, the progress of just normal driving cars from back then is just like very shitty clutches. Like, you can steering wheel are definitely heavy as fuck. You're actually working out when you're driving. And now we have like assisted steering wheel shit. Like everything's just so good. Boomer. Yeah, you just prove yourself wrong. He's still here. Steering wheel is a thing. I'm talking about this thing doesn't exist anymore. I'm talking about completely driverless uh automated car. Like completely. Like this is still stage 2 or something. Like the cars still drive by itself, but a human driver have to be there all the time because it will have an error will happen. Like those kind of thing. Like that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Because it's a very dangerous type of technology progression. Like people, if people wanna go for it, they can, but there's gonna be a lot of lives. There's gonna be a lot of death. I mean, you know what I mean? During the progression, so they have to very carefully progress this technology. Because if you mess the someone watching a soccer match, if you mess this up, there's gonna be a lot of death, like a lot. So you don't want to mess around with self-driving cars, not at all. Like I think there's a stage for it. Self-driving cars stages. There it is. SAE level. So where is it? Where's the graph? Okay, there we go. There are 5 stages. Right now, I think we are in stage 2. Just recently, we're in stage 2, where the car can drive by itself, like in this video, but a human driver have to be there to basically intervene in case some bad shit happen. You know what I mean? Like the AI just got confused and it's suddenly trying to drive into another car. Like you have to stand by on that kind of thing. There's conditional automation with the exception of human driver will respond automatically. Blah, blah. I guess we're kind of like transitioning to stage 3, but it's still in like testing mode because not a lot of people have it yet. High automation. Even if a human driver does not respond to requests to intervene, the car can pull over safely by guiding system. Full automation. This is what I'm talking about. The final stage. Like human driver is not needed at all. You know what I mean? It's like in the many of the sci-fi movies. It's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. I mean, why won't you buy? Why won't you be in this car? It won't buy Mountain Dew for you yet. No, you. I'm talking about. Okay. Sci-fi self-driving cars. How do I? What kind of? Okay, sci-fi self-driving car concept. This looks so shit. Okay, I guess the cockpit would tell like something like this. This is obviously, you know, exaggerated like crazy, but you know what I'm going for here? Like completely controlless or like, you know, okay, this is a fair concept by Mercedes. Like you're there just to go, just like an elevator. You press a button and then the elevator will just go there by itself. You don't have to do anything. Like that's the goal, at least, of a self-driving car. Like that. Like the fact that the people in the front seat can look back while the car is on the move. Like that is this target of this automotive company that thrive in this category. I think we're getting there, but it's gonna need at least another decade to get there. We'll see. Actually, I'm not a fan of these concept cars. I've seen this one before. I mean, this is a concept. And concept always crazy. Like, believe it or not. Concept is not, you know, concept does not mean that this is gonna be how it looks like functional wise in the future. Like, it looks exaggerated as fuck. But it's all exaggerated to the point where it's maximum function and with a little bit of aesthetic, obviously. You know what I mean? But, you know, like if you take a look in the past, like some of the concept, not even just car, like current technology that we have, like VR, like people from 30 years ago probably see VR in the most ridiculous concept. Like, let's see, old concept design. Look at this. Okay. Okay. What's a good concept? Cars, I guess. Look at this. This is how people think the futuristic car looks like. You know what I mean? Like, people change. The way human things change over time. Look at this. Like right now, the way we see this kind of concept is fucking ridiculous. But people back then was like, holy shit, this is sick. This is fucking dumb, dude. This is just straight up dumb. But back then, this was the cool shit. This is the cool stuff. But the way we think of, you know, the future changes over time as well as how we experience with things. All the factors in. Okay, this kind of sick. But then again, it became an aesthetic. Like the 80s, 70s, the 80s, sci-fi became an aesthetic that it became a genre for so many movies and games. Or just style, lifestyle. So it's kind of cool. Lancia Stratos Zero. Where's that? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, this basically explains. Like, you know what I mean? Oh my god, it looks so dumb. It looks so uncomfortable. What even is this? What the fuck? I feel like I'm being, you know, like if I sit in the driver's seat, I would probably get fucking paranoid as fuck. Jesus, look at how cramped that is. And how the top of your head is so close to the ceiling of the car. The shape of the car is definitely maximum ergonomic. I mean aerodynamic. Jesus Christ. You can use this as a fucking ram, dude. If another car about to crash into this car, the other cars would fly into the air. Like, whoa! People, the fucking driver and the passenger in the front seats would die. Like, goddamn. The safety in this car is concerning as fuck. Oh, is this official? I don't think so. Yeah, it's kind of scary. But concepts are cool though. It's what makes people think more. Like, ooh, what can we do to improve this? Like, it's gonna change over time. That's what's cool about concepts. And why it's important to have concepts. Concepts are unrealistic at times, but it's what shapes the future. It's like the foundation of what the future can be. And that's cool. Future. Alright, let's draw. Dude, forgot to draw. I'm distracted. The future. Second. Get this. Roxy is not done either. I need to practice faces. My faces has been really inconsistent sometimes. Like, this is so good. This is almost perfect. In terms of like the face. This could be better. Sometimes it's just pure luck how I do these things. Chief. I can do it. Hold up, give me a sec. I need to study more this kind of things. Alright, let me just order some caramel latte. Okay, I think people upstairs are watching soccer match or some shit. But if you guys randomly hear some screamings, you know what's up, right? There's nothing I can do. It is what it is. There's gonna be a lot of screaming. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Do, 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 do. 24. I think I'm gonna order extra shot. Cocoa berry? Nah, not coffee, dude. Jenny! Why the Monka S? What the fuck? What's up? Why Monka S? The fuck? Most of the coffee shop that I usually buy it from is already closed, which understandable. Where should I get my coffee from? People screaming. Oh, you hear? Yeah. I think there's like a. That's why there's a soccer match. Night watch, or like a watch together kind of thing upstairs. So yeah. Not much I can do. How you doing, by the way, Jen? What's up? How you doing? And again. I don't know what to order. Okay, I'll just order this. I just need something. Coffee. Lotus Biscoff blend. I don't think that's coffee. I'm doing well. Christmas is the same. Nothing new. I mean, if we actually like, you know, can gather with some peeps, that's cool. I feel like a lot of people cannot gather up because of quarantine and stuff like that, so it's kind of shame, including me. But it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. If it's not COVID right now, I probably already like flew to my parents' house. Order a flight ticket. Just chill out. Their place. Alright. What do I want to do earlier? Okay. Okay, let me study this base real quick. I am confused. God damn it, dude, the layers. There we go. What games we will be playing today? I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna be honest. I do have some new games that I bought. Like most of them are VR actually. Some of the VR games that I've been wanting to try, but at the same time, we still have Boneworks that we haven't played. We haven't continued yet. So there's that. So we'll see. There's some new games, there's some new VR games, and there are some other games that I want to continue. So that's where we at right now. I bought controls even though it's in Game Pass. I'm smart. Well, just refund it, I guess, if you don't want to. Unless you actually want to buy it twice. Okay. Alright, something like that, I guess. Don't worry about this, by the way. This is gonna be my reference. Was Ultimate Edition for like $10? Cheaper than buying just the DLC? Ah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Kinda makes sense. I was actually thinking about getting, what is it called again? Death Stranding. But I already spent like around $50 for just games that I already bought. So, I don't know if I want to get Death Stranding. Because I'm kind of not sure about it. About the game. Whether I'm gonna like it or not. What should I eat for dinner? Okay, this music's kind of sleepy. Hold up. Jeez, guys, these people are so fucking loud. You're so fucking loud. Okay, I'm feeling this. Eat this! It's almost 10, dude. What the fuck? Fuck. How do I add one more? Oh, okay, there we go. Only 80? What the fuck? Okay, hold up. Trying to get some bargain. Dormammu, I come to bargain. Bada bing. Order. Yes. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're good. Alright. Mm, mm. Hmm. Wait a minute. Hmm. Okay, it doesn't work as good as this for some reason. But this one is just too smuggy. Alright, remember me? Hi, Farah. Yes, of course. It's been a while. How you doing? What up? What up? What you doing? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, yeah, by the way. I forgot. Merry Christmas. Ha 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 ha. Wahoo. Wahoo. Waha. Hmm. How's your Christmas? It's aight. It's aight. I don't really celebrate Christmas, so it's just some holiday for me. So, but it's nice, you know. Yesterday we kind of hung out with a lot of people, played some games. Still tired. It's pretty fun. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Does it feel like regular day? Mm, it feels like a regular holiday. Yeah. Because even though I don't really celebrate it, people around me kind of festive around about it. My friends next door, my colleagues, people online, everyone's kind of festive about it. So it's kind of like, yeah, kind of cool, kind of cool. Oh god, actually cannot think because I'm kind of hungry. Fuck. Okay. Hmm. I think we need some upbeat type of song. I have too many chill songs. God damn it. I think we can go with this. In the Philippines, our relatives give us money instead of presents. Interesting culture, I guess. And I think in the Philippines, you guys have a little bit more like a buena nuchos. I think that's what Gara told me. I have a friend from Philippines as well. They told me how it is there. Buena Nuchos. Is that how you pronounce it? Christmas is for forgetting how awful the world is and having fun. Who wouldn't want that? Kinda. Yeah, basically. If you think about it that way, yeah, kinda. It's applicable. Faux show, faux show. Hold up, let me Google it before I actually pronounce it wrong. Noche. Noche. Noches. Noche buena. Buena noche. Let's see, how does it actually pronounce?
Buena noche.
Yeah, I was right. Buena noche. Is that not a thing for you? Maybe it's just the culture in this area, not entire Philippine. I don't know. I have no idea. Nope, that's Spanish. Yeah, but he's in Philippine. That's why. And he celebrated with his family and friends. So I'm assuming it's either Philippine also celebrate that, or it's just the culture at his area. I'm not sure. But I know it is a Spanish thingy. Mm, 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 mm. Well, most of us Filipinos are Spanish. Yeah, exactly. So I thought, it might be just like a mixture of culture. So it kind of makes sense if you think about it that way. Oh, what? Oh my God, it's Belle. Hello. What's up, Belle? How you doing? Looks like you found me. How's your hangout with your drunks friends? Ta-da! Dude, the hair is so hard to nail. Ta-da! Mm-mm-mm. I think my friend next door is also hanging out. He hasn't come back since yesterday. So I think last night they probably also uh party up and shit. Everyone's partying. They were in the mirror like always. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Mm. Okay, I think I know where I fuck it up here. Let me see. Paradise. Mm. I love Christmas because it reminds me of times where everything was simple and it's comforting to hear old Christmas music. Because it reminds me of the sitting on the floor watching cartoon while Christmas music plays. True. That is real and true. I mean, that's the point of the holiday in itself. Like every year, people just like celebrate it, like giving gifts, presents, uh, hanging out together, having a giant dinner groups, stuff like that. You know, it's chill. It's nice. And so even though I don't celebrate it, I kind of quote unquote celebrate it in a way that I enjoy the festives that people around me celebrate it. Like before COVID, I always join up with my colleagues, work, stuff like that. We would eat up somewhere, restaurant or something, or we hang out with old friends. It's nice. It's nice, you know. Telling by your accent you're American? No, but I see why you say that. Actually, no. I am way far from America. Wanna guess again, or wanna the answer? Hmm. But don't worry. You're not wrong. My English is very American. Canadian? Nope. If it helps you, when I speak English, my original accent's gone. Because I speak English from young age in the household by my parents. So it's really tricky for people, complete stranger, to guess where I am actually from, which is nice. Hmm. Texan trap. No, I'm not from Texas. Mhm. I was gonna ask you if you experienced trick or treating. Nope, not a thing here. I'm gonna give you a clue. Somewhere in Asia. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum, bum. Korea? Nope. I'm actually really close to your country. I don't know if my country's accent's pretty popular. I feel like it's kind of not that well known either. Japan? Nope. It's close to Philippine. It's so close that many people from around the world sometimes thought I was a Philippine when they see, well, not really me, but most of my the people from my country looks similar to people from Philippine. Probably similar ancestors or something. Thailand? Nope. I think Thailand looks a little bit different. Arguable. Arguable. I'm from Indonesia. That's right. That's right. Bum 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 bum. It's almost impossible to guess, not gonna lie. It's kinda unfair. I don't know why either that I immediately lose my accent when I speak English. Because my Indonesian accent is pretty fucking strong, obviously. But I guess growing up with friends from US and Australia kind of helps with my accent. When I was a kid, my neighbors was basically from around the world. Okay, that's a little bit exaggerated. One of them's from the West, one of them's from Australia, and I have a couple from fucking Sweden. So it's a little bit, yeah. Indonesia doesn't exist. Okay, excuse me, what? What do you mean by that? Huh? What you mean by that? What are you implying here? No, I said it. It's in Indonesia. Indonesia. It's right below Philippines. Kinda. Not really. I don't know. Prove it. Prove what? Prove Indonesia exists? It's in a fucking map. It's there. Speak Indonesia? Ah, fuck. Uh. Hello. Uh. I don't know, dude. It's kind of weird if I just talk normally. I need someone to conversate with. Converse with. Yeah, I mean, nama gue Ratrap. Gue dari Indonesia. What's up? I guess you guys don't even understand what what I just said. Ba, 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 ba. Did I put? As a dumb kid, I thought Indonesia was the capital of Malaysia. Don't worry. Some people thought Bali is next to Indonesia. Uh, it is what it is. Hey, geography also my weakness, alright? To be fair. So I cannot really make fun of it either. My geography sucks, especially if it comes to Europe geography. I don't know shit about Europe, geographic wise. Porn. Even though France and Italy was the same, I was like, I'm confused. What's the difference between Scottish and Irish? Well, to be fair, most of the confusion that you get is kind of like a next door type of thing. So like next to each other kind of stuff. So it's kind of understandable. You know what I mean? The fuck is a Minecraft dungeon? I had to finish the last boss easiest because one attack is undodgeable. I don't get it. I don't know, dude. I haven't beat that game. Oh, my food is here. Alright, give me a sec, chat. My coffee is here. One sec. Just dance along the song. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Dude, they got my order wrong. Oh my god. I ordered a original normal cafe latte and they order. They gave me a fucking matcha latte. Oh fuck. Not even a fan of matcha. Ugh. Alright, whatever. At least it's still coffee. I hate matcha, dude. I won't say hate. I just dislike it. Oh shit, I love this song. Go fly to Chinatown. Mayuna Canonioni. Oh my god, it's so sweet. Ah. The fuck's. Oh my god, what the fuck? Ah. What the fuck? How much sugar did they just blend it a fucking cake? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Alright, at least there's some caffeine in there. God damn it, man. Can a man just enjoy a fucking cup of coffee? Go fly to Chinatown. Game over. Oh. Hold up. I got a call. Okay, the other one's already here as well. Hold up. Just do this real quick. Alright, give me a sec. Wait, did we disconnect it? God damn, it's raining again in here. Been pretty fucking rainy. Okay, since food is here, I'm gonna eat. And what that means is that we're gonna watch some videos. So if you got any videos that you wanna show me, this is the time. React Andy time. We're probably gonna check out the week of video games real quick. And Onesen is here. What's up? How you doing, dude? Watching food video while you eat. I mean, we could, but I don't know about that. Getting ready to sleep? Hey. Take it easy, man. You deserve your rest, king. A well-deserved rest. Bless. Jesus Christ. One second. Up in 5 hours again? No. Yeah. Better get some rest, man. Oh my god. Alright, give me a sec. Just put the text. Boom. Drawing Mary. Oh shit, you notice. Yeah, shh. Still work in progress. It's supposed to be the birthday drawing, but I didn't have enough time to draw during the weekdays because of work. So I'm rushing this. So yeah. The Yui one is kind of pretty much already finished. Just need to finish a Mary one. Okay. Start with this.
This video is brought to you by friend of the channel, Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel.
Ooh!
Gamers! Before anyone says anything, yes, I changed my logo and my branding, and yes, I know everyone hates it, okay? People have been spamming me all week like, oh, your new logo sucks. It looks like a supermarket chain or a petrol station logo, or you looks like you deliver packages. Well, I don't care. I like it, okay? I'm the one who has to stare at it all day, every day. You guys see it like once or twice a week, tops. Maybe more than that if you're foolish enough to follow me on Twitter. I do think it's important to pay my respects to the previous logo, which has served me well. I started here. Look at this fucking logo,
oh my
god. Before eventually transitioning to this logo about 6 months later. By the way, back then people were like, oh, the old logo was so much better. Why did you change? Crazy. This new logo would go on to serve me for 5 years as I transitioned from being a Division YouTuber into a general looter shooter dude into the C-tier games reviewer you see before you today. It's been a hell of a ride, plenty of ups like the Nier Automata and Warframe and Fallout 76 and Anthem reviews, but plenty of downs like the time I said that the Division was too easy and everyone got really mad at me, or the time I said the Marauder sucked. Big mistake, don't ever mess with Doom fans. Every step of that journey, this trusty logo has been there through thick and thin, but now I must bid it a fond and grateful farewell. Good night, sweet prince. You are gone, but you'll never be forgotten.
Chat, subscribe to Skill Up on YouTube.
I'll probably dunk on you the same way I did that first logo. God damn, just look at this logo. Holy shit, what the fuck was this? As big a news as my logo change is, you didn't come here to hear about that. You came for gaming news.
What food
So
you
let's
eating?
get right to it, shall we? It is.
You know what? I'm gonna show you guys. I am so sorry if you haven't eat or if you're hungry right now, but I kind of want to show this off. Hold up. It's so spicy, by the way. Okay, it looks like a mess. But trust me, this shit is good. Basically, at the bottom, it's a rice bowl. The bottom is just a bunch of rice. This is beef. And then this is what we call sambal mata. Basically, roughly translated into raw chili. Basically, a bunch of chili chopped off with garlic and different type of chilies. So it's pretty fucking spicy. Indonesian food, as always. Some, yeah, really fucking good. It's really fucking spicy. I'm not even joking. I'm already sweating after one. Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's really good. One of my favorite. It's not that cheap because it's beef.
It is the end of the year, and so publications are turning their gaze to their rearview mirror to bestow coveted Game of the Year awards. IGN is doing that, but they're also doing something else, taking a look back at the most finished and most unfinished games of 2021. I don't mean unfinished in a Battlefield 2042 sense, by the way. I mean unfinished like what percentage of players actually finished the game. The data comes from IGN's sister site How Long to Beat, which does rely on user-entered data, so it's going to be wildly inaccurate, except in a relative sense. And relatively speaking, it appears as though Resident Evil Village was the most finished game of 2021, narrowly beating out Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. This result doesn't surprise me, since most people really loved Village, and it was also a nice, short, sharp adventure, generally clocking in at a very doable 12 hours for your first.
To be fair, Resident Evil Village, when you play it, it feels like you watch a movie most of the time. Some of the cinematic scene, which is in-game, not a CGI, are really fucking good. And I feel like even as a viewer, you kind of feel like you're watching a movie. So they did a really good job with Village. It's not the best Resident Evil, I would say, but it is the most cinematic, I feel like. Yeah.
First playthrough. The list of retired or unfinished games is equally illuminating. Topping the list is 12 minutes, no doubt owing to how frustrating and obtuse so many of its puzzles were.
That's true.
I'm going to say that those people who started it but didn't finish, believe me, you dodged a bullet. There are certain lines you don't cross, and that ending crossed all of them. But yes, it is a Game of the Year award season right now, and I must say, it's nice to see how much diversity there is across the field. In prior years, these behemoths like Breath of the Wild or God of War or Red Dead would soak up every award, but with 2021 being absent one of those knockout punches, the conversation has opened up much more widely, and a huge range of titles are being recognized. IGN awarded Forza Horizon 5 their Game of the Year award, a truly deserved win, as Forza is arguably the most polished, accessible, and feature-rich racing game ever made. GameSpot awarded Deathloop their Game of the Year. I don't agree with that for many reasons that I described in my Deathloop review, which I put up this week. Link to that below the like button, by the way. But many people did love Deathloop, and so yeah, this nod is just as valid as any other. Polygon awarded Inscription their Game of the Year, which echoes much of what I've heard, particularly from Alana Pierce, where she gushed about it when we did a podcast with her and Yong and Jake Baldino recently. Link to that below the like button as well, by the way.
Inscription's really good. I wouldn't say it's a Game of the Year material, but considering how much time and effort they put into that one game is insane. The game is so much more than what the trailer shows. It surprised me so much.
Time Magazine isn't exactly a core gaming publication, but they gave Metroid Dread their Game of the Year award, which is nice to see because Dread was a true return to form for a long dormant franchise, and Metroid fans absolutely loved it. Finally, my favorite nod is Game Informers, who awarded Halo Infinite their Game of the Year. While I wasn't as in love with Halo Infinite's campaign as many others, I still play the multiplayer every single day. I love it, and I'm just so glad to see this franchise back in the spotlight. Racking up awards, getting hundreds of thousands of viewers at esports tournaments, Halo is like gaming royalty, and to see it thrive again, it's just a really wholesome feeling. If you're wondering, yes, I'm working on a Game of the Year video at the moment, and it will go live Friday the 31st of December at midnight Sydney time, but time conversion is so complicated, so just do this. Click the subscribe button, click the notification bell, and I will personally notify you when that video is live. I'm nice like that. You're welcome. I'll tell you one company who's glad to put 2020...
And that's why you should follow the channel as well. I will notify you when I go live. Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. I'm nice like that.
21 behind them, CD Projekt Red. I think we forgot that Cyberpunk came out only around a year ago. It feels like 5 years at least. With how disastrous its launch was, that hangover continued long into this year, but at least one part of it is over now, the lawsuit. Cyberpunk's launch was such a catastrophe that CD Projekt Red shareholders actually sued CD Projekt Red, claiming that they misled investors. These sorts of class action lawsuits typically don't result in much since companies have plenty of ways to wiggle out of them. Case in point, CD Projekt Red have settled that suit for a hilariously tiny $1.8 million.
Jeez.
This game had over $560 million in revenue for its launch month alone.
What?
This is basically the equivalent of a parking ticket for CD Projekt Red. It's a shame because CD Projekt Red did mislead people by saying the game ran surprisingly well on last-gen consoles, and they certainly manipulated the review process to their advantage, forbidding early reviews from using their own recorded footage and refusing to issue console review code. They knew what state the game was in, and they successfully hid that from all of us. It would have been nice to see a more meaningful settlement or penalty applied, one that might have given other publishers pause if they were ever to try to pull the same shit. Sadly, no, and this settlement ultimately proves how easy it is to get away with this sort of stuff. While we're on the topic of CD Projekt Red, their storefront Good Old Games has been struggling for many years, and that appears...
No, I get it. As a developer, I understand that they're very talented, but the company itself, the CDPR, they need to learn some lesson. Especially the marketing, or the way they market their game. It's just very hype-based, like a hype beast kind of style. But the hype doesn't deliver to the game when it's released. Like the amount of bugs, the amount of unfinished stuff, undelivered shit, or even non-existent feature that they said is gonna be a thing in the game. It's basically like No Man's Sky situation, but in a much bigger scale. So, No Man's Sky did get their punishment in a way that they, Sony ditched them in a way kind of thing, even though it's Sony's fault kind of. And then a lot of people just definitely talk shit about the developer team, but they come back strong. But I don't know if CDPR can do that. I don't know, because it's a much larger scale than No Man's Sky.
Appears to still be the case. CD Projekt Red announced that GOG was still running at a loss, and so they're making some changes. Quote, regarding GOG, its performance does present a challenge, and recently we've taken measures to improve its financial standing. First and foremost, we've decided that GOG should focus more on its core business activity, which means offering a hand-picked selection of games with its unique DRM-free philosophy. In line with this approach, there will be changes in the team structure, end quote. They will go on to describe some headcount and costs moving out of the storefront, and there's a strong implication that we can expect fewer titles on there going forward. GOG has struggled to gain momentum in the broader market as it focuses exclusively on DRM games, which means many publishers won't put their games on there because publishers love DRM. It's a frustrating catch-22 for GOG since their approach is commendable, but it also makes it a tough business to run. Separate but related, huge news for the Epic Games Store. They finally have a shopping cart. Oh my god, stop the press is huge news. Science said it couldn't be done, but in the year of our Lord 2021, Tim Sweeney finally cracked it and managed to deliver us this cutting-edge feature. The Epic Store is saved. Gaben, pack it up, mate. No point in using
We
Steam
got
anymore.
shopping cart,
Seriously,
let's
though, I remember
go!
the arrival of the Epic Games Store years ago, and I welcomed it because...
Why did it take them so many years? Why did it take them so many years just to add a shopping fucking... Dude, it's just a shopping... It should be there from the day one. It should be there from the day one. Why?
I think competition is a good thing, but the Epic Games Store remains so feature incomplete. It's not a shadow of what Steam offers from both a shopping or a community support perspective. Given Epic's vast resources and how fast they can update and evolve Fortnite, it's really stunning to see just how little ground the Epic Games Store has made this year. The Epic Store gets a bum rap for being anti-consumer for their thirst for exclusive deals, but I'll tell you one company that's actually anti-consumer, Nintendo. A while back, Nintendo won a court case where they were defending their refusal of refunds for game pre-orders on the eShop. They fought that in court and they won. Only a bunch of European Consumer Protection Agency appealed that decision and Nintendo lost on appeal. Nintendo has apparently accepted the new ruling, and so now it will have to do the right thing by consumers for a change. Very sad times. Nintendo did get one court case win, however, the one brought against a group selling mod chips for the Nintendo Switch. Gary Bowser, and I'm not making that name up by the way, was sued by Nintendo, whose current president is Doug Bowser, by the way. You cannot make this stuff up. Anyway, Nintendo won the initial suit, and Gary Bowser had to pay Doug Bowser $4.5 million. But Doug Bowser wasn't finished with Gary Bowser. So Doug brought further suit, which Gary also lost, and now he needs to pay another $10 million in damages for a total bill of $14.5 million.
Jesus
And
fucking
probably
Christ.
some prison time. This is Doug Bowser saying to Gary Bowser, "So long, G Bowser." Please like the video. I worked really hard on that one. I feel like that deserves a like. Just click the button, okay? Thank you. Let's keep going. While we're on the topic of Nintendo, it appears as though Breath of the Wild 2 is still in development, and we may even be able to play it one day. The information is a rumor that comes from IGN's boss, one Piers Schneider, who spoke on an IGN podcast and reported that he chatted with some people in the know at the Game Awards, and they confirmed for him that Breath of the Wild 2 was on track for a 2022 release. He later mentions that we will be playing Breath of the Wild 2 by November, but it's unclear if he was just spitballing here since most games are released by the end of November. Either way, it's encouraging to hear since Breath of the Wild 2's absence from the Game Awards or anywhere else definitely set tongues wagging, fearing that the game might slip into 2023.
Please
From
don't.
Nintendo to Xbox news, I strongly recommend you guys check out Power On, a free documentary series available on YouTube that chronicles the rise and fall and rise of Xbox since its inception 20 years ago. It's a fascinating look at Microsoft's bold play into the market and how they managed to gain a foothold at a time when gaming was rapidly transforming. One of the highlights of the story is, of course, the Red Ring of Death, which struck Xbox 360 like a plague. I worked games retail when this went down. I remember some shifts where like 10 people would be coming in to return a console because of the Red Ring of Death, and when we took trade-ins, we would have to turn on the console and check for it, and I remember seeing the look on people's faces when the Red Ring appeared, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's never done that before." Sure, buddy. Good try. Anyway, to celebrate the documentary and the Red Ring of Death, I guess, Microsoft are selling Red Ring of Death posters on their store. For real. Some people are very mad about this because it makes light of a consumer product disaster that legitimately upset and disadvantaged many people, including kids. But at the same time, it's a little bit funny. I mean, I think it's funny, but yeah, I know a lot of people don't. Alright, let's do the fucking NFT news now. I feel like I'm gonna need to add a weekly section to the show next year to cover all of this garbage. Like this week in No Fucking Thanks. Damn, that has a real ring to it. This week in No Fucking Thanks, Stalker 2 developer GSC Game World decided they would cash in on over a decade's worth of hype and affection for their franchise by crudely cramming unnecessary NFT bullshit into their game. The result will shock you. Everyone hated it. It started with an announcement that GSC were planning to add a wide range of NFTs to their game, but the first would be a sort of auction, where whoever held the NFT after a certain period would have their likeness scanned into the game. It's unclear, but it appears as though this winner would also have to pay their costs to get to the studio, so that's nice. Win an auction for a chance to spend even more money. Love it. The backlash to this was a tidal wave of hatred, love to see it, with the entire gaming community ridiculing this as a shameless out-of-touch cash grab, and an unnecessary one at that. The auction they were proposing would have been totally doable without NFTs, so why do that? Realizing that they had made a terrible mistake, the developers took to Twitter to walk back the decision. And by walk back, I mean they put out a big-ass JPEG, doubling down on their initial announcement and explaining all the other NFTs they were going to add to the game later on, including putting people's names on stuff like desks and lamps in game.
That's so
okay?
weird. That's so
the backlash to this double down was equally fierce, prompting GSC to throw their hands in the air, put out another JPEG announcing that they were pulling all NFT plans and basking in the appreciation of gamers, even though we shouldn't be thanking them for reversing a shitty decision. They knew we would all hate it and they did it anyway. We can say good, but I think saying thank you is a bridge too far. While GSC might have been shamed into submission, NFT software developer Ubisoft was not. Last week, the publisher announced Ubisoft Quartz, a god-awful...
Oh my god. Ah, Ubisoft, you greedy motherfucker.
Open salvo in the wall we'll be fighting for the next few years as we try to get game makers off this newly discovered grift. Quartz is very innovative technology in that it makes really bad games even worse. Case in point, if you play Ghost Recon Breakpoint for 600 hours, you get a dumb-looking helmet. If that sounds stupid to you, you're not alone because Ubisoft's...
Saints, tell your boss, dude. What the fuck is he doing? What? Ubisoft's down bad. It's like... Jesus fucking... It's down horrendous. Ubisoft... Jesus Christ. I don't know anymore.
staff think the same thing. This week, Kotaku reported that Ubisoft's internal forums have been flooded with debate and dissent on the topic. They quoted a few staff as follows, quote, "I still don't really understand the problem being solved here," wrote one employee. "Is it really worth the extremely negative publicity this will cause?" Another asked, "How can you look at private property, speculation, artificial scarcity, and egoism, and then say, yes, this is good. I want that. Let's put it in art." End quote. Well said, Ubisoft employees. Well said. To their credit, Ubisoft's head honchos have listened to this feedback, and they don't give a fuck. This week, blockchain entrepreneur and Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot addressed his staff with one clear message: NFTs are here to stay. According to Ubisoft staff who attended the meeting, Guillemot is said to have linked the outcry to the introduction of DLC, microtransactions, and loot boxes, implying that these things will all get better with time, since obviously gamers are now 100% cool with microtransactions and loot boxes. Right, guys? The other message: apparently these Breakpoint NFTs are just the beginning. And while I don't believe much that comes out of Guillemot's mouth these days, I certainly believe that. As if to distract us from all of this, Ubisoft hastily announced a new Splinter Cell game this week. Typically, I'd be really excited about this. Like, yeah, Ubisoft are finally doing it, etc., etc. But I'm not really feeling it, to be honest. It's a Splinter Cell game. It's a remake of the original. It's early in development, and it'll have NFTs in it. I made up the last part, but I bet you I'm right. Ubisoft, more like Ubisoft NFT. I'm here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitresses. With crypto, they aren't into that fiat shit anymore. So, what got announced or delayed this week? Well, it wasn't an announcement per se, but we do have some fairly reliable confirmation that a Ghostbusters game is in the works. The news comes from Ghostbusters star Ernie Hudson, who, when speaking on a panel at Celebrity Fan Fest in San Antonio, confirmed that the game was in development and that he was contributing voice work to it. Quote, "I just got an email because we're doing another video game. They're scheduling it now to do the recording, and I'm not too sure who's going to do it. I know me and Danny, Dan Aykroyd, I think, I'm not sure about Bill Murray, will do anything on it, so there will be another video game," end quote. Man, I really hope Bill Murray is in there. We need more video games with Bill Murray.
I miss Bill Murray.
Game movies with Chris Pratt. Ollie World is looking absolutely delightful as it draws closer to release. A sequel to the original that goes completely buck wild on
this looks
budget and
good.
presentation. Ollie World is to Ollie what GTA 3 was to GTA 2. The good news is that we won't be waiting too much longer for this, as its release date has just been confirmed. February 8th, arriving on all platforms.
This looks fun.
Windjammers 2 is an awesome-looking top-down sports game that takes me back to those halcyon 16-bit days playing Speedball 2 on the Mega Drive. This is basically Extreme Pong, or Retired Men's Nude Beach Volleyball League, if everyone had to keep their kid on. It's hitting all platforms on January 20th. Chocobo GP is exactly what it looks like, a Mario Kart-style racer featuring cute chibi-style characters from the Final Fantasy universe. This one also got a release date announcement March 10th, exclusive to the Switch. Blockchain game developer Ubisoft has given us a taste of what Assassin's Creed...
Dude, he keeps making fun of Ubisoft. I love it.
Infinity could look like by releasing crossover content for 2 separate Assassin's Creed games. One update titled Those Who Are Treasured is playable in AC Odyssey, while a corresponding update titled A Fate Encountered is playable in Valhalla. The 2 stories will pit the game's protagonists against each other, at least briefly, but I expect they'll reconcile their differences and start working together at some point so they can track down a highly praised treasure. If you have the stomach for more Assassin's Creed, this update is available right now for free for anyone who owns either game. The other AC announcement was a standalone expansion to Valhalla titled Dawn of Ragnarok. It kind of just looks like God of War, and it's promising around 30 hours of gameplay, which is basically how long God of War took, a little less in fact. I'm not against this, to be honest. My biggest problem with Valhalla was that it stretched forever. Had it been roughly 30 hours long and just focused on the good stuff, I probably would have liked it. So if this is that, then yeah, I'll give it a shot while we all wait for the real Ragnarok to roll around. This update is hitting all platforms but the Switch on March 10th. Final announcement for the week was the reveal of the official PlayStation 5 cover plates directly from Sony, as well as a range of new DualSense colors. Sony has been on the legal warpath, shutting down numerous independent operators whose designs were a little too similar to Sony's originals. I'm looking at you, PlayStation 5 and D-Brand. But now all the lawyering is done, so Sony are ready to pull back the curtain on their own plates. They are... well, yeah, they're just the same, but they're a different color, but it's nice to know that we'll be able to purchase these in most regions without risk of our purchase suddenly evaporating when the supplier files for bankruptcy. That's a nice feeling. The only delay announcement this week was from Ubisoft, who put out a JPEG saying that the promised major title update for The Division 2 was being delayed from February next year to some point later in the year. No specific date provided yet. My big question is has this JPEG been minted as an NFT yet? Because if it hasn't, I'm claiming it right now. I'm going to put this on OpenSea. Bidding starts at $100,000 or 3 Ghost Recon Breakpoint weapon skins, whichever hits my crypto wallet first. So what came out this week? Well, big surprise. Prey for the Gods released in 1.0 this week. Now, this one has had a real journey. It's been in early access for quite some time now and has received some very good buzz. It was meant to release earlier this year, but it's a very small dev team, and some of them had some challenges in their personal lives that necessitated the delay.
Oh, what is
The
this?
game suddenly appeared in 1.0 this week, and the feedback has been solid, with the game sitting at around about 80% positive at the moment on Steam. This one obviously wears its Shadow of the Colossus inspiration on its sleeve, but it's not like we're getting a sequel to that one anytime soon, so I'll take what I can get. I do plan to check this one out over the holidays. Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo also had a surprise release this week on Steam ahead of its
Pull up. What's the name of the game?
dev team. Some time for the
Prey of the Gods. Why have I not heard about this game? $10. Very positive. We'll check it out after this. I'm a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus.
Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo also had a surprise release this week on Steam ahead of its console releases next year. I was really hyped about this one because I love me some Hitchcock, but this is actually inspired by Vertigo rather than being like actually based on it, like an adaptation, which I don't know, I feel like you probably should have called it something different, I think. Anyway, too few reviews out for this one yet to know how it's landed, but if you want to take a chance on it, it's available now. The only other release of the week was Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, which arrived exclusive to the Epic Games Store this week, to the disappointment of, well, pretty much everyone, because we'd all rather it be on Steam, thank you very much. The Epic exclusivity may have been a blessing in disguise, as it turns out that the PC port is atrocious. That's according to the experts over at Digital Foundry. John Lineman took to Twitter to broadcast the findings of his counterpart, Alex Battaglia. Quote, "Alert, Alex sent me his clips for us to check out, and yeah, the PC port of Final Fantasy VII Remake is terrible. He captured this using an RTX 3090 plus 10900K at just 1080p, and it's a mess. The smooth presentation was central to its storytelling, and this version compromises it," end quote. Alex himself would post on a forum, quote, "This is literally the worst AAA release I have seen on a PC in a good time. I humbly submit that no one should buy it," end quote. Truly damning words when it comes from an outlet as respected as Digital Foundry. At the time of writing, they've yet to put out a video for this one, but I can't wait to see them bust apart this port. Japanese PC ports always feel like such a crapshoot, where sometimes you get Monster Hunter Stories 2, and other times you get Nier Automata, a port that took them like 3 years to fix. Absolutely ridiculous. For now, those brave enough to have purchased it on Epic are the beta testers. We appreciate your sacrifice, and we'll pick it up when it's fixed / on Steam. So what's coming out this week? Nothing, man. It's Christmas. You have a pile of shame 3 years high. Don't tell me you need more games coming out this week as well. Game releases are taking a holiday until the new year, and so should you. Kick back, play some Halo, some It Takes Two, some Metroid Dread, or some Battlefield 2042. Okay? You know, just the classics. Put this on your radar.
Ooh, classic. Ooh, The Messenger. Oh shit, this looks nice.
This week, Nintendo held an indie showcase, and while there were plenty of interesting titles in the mix, this one shone the brightest. Sea of Stars is from developer Sabotage. You probably know these guys from the excellent The Messenger, a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up, which was a spiritual successor to the classic Ninja Gaiden games. Well, clearly they're not done spiritually successing, because Sea of Stars is leaning hard into the classic Chrono Cross and Xenogears formula, to the point where they've recruited the actual game composer for these classic games, Yosunori Mitsuda. By the way, the music is already sounding fantastic, and the art looks gorgeous, and the combat system looks interesting, and the world looks inviting. This is one hell of a good first
animation
impression to
looks
make.
so good.
Sea of Stars is confirmed for both the Nintendo Switch and Steam, releasing holiday 2022. I'll leave a link to the Steam page below. If you're interested, then please do wishlist this one, as wishlists always help out developers in a big way. Much like
I actually love
subscribing
this
to a YouTube channel. Just a thought. Sort of free stuff time, and I have some very good news. Tim Sweeney is putting on that big red suit, stuffing a pillow under his shirt, and pinning on a fake white beard. The only question is, have you been naughty or nice? And that sounds really creepy. I probably should have rewritten that blog. Point is, the Epic Games Store is delivering Christmas cheer directly to your Epic library. They're giving away 15 free games before the year is out. They've already given away some bangers like Neon Abyss and Remnant from the Ashes, and Shenmue 3, not exactly a banger, but hey, at least it's free. New games are up every day, and they only stay up for that day, and we don't get any advance notice, so I don't even know what will be up by the time this video goes live. Be sure to check back every day over the next week to grab yourself
Check it out, chat. Check it out.
Free shit.
It's free
The only
stuff.
other thing we got this month is a Game Pass refresh full of some very pleasant surprises. If Psychonauts 2 wet your whistle and you're keen for some more of Tim Schafer's antics, then Double Fine's Broken Age is on there. For the more bloodthirsty among you, Mortal Kombat 11 is also in there. Not bad at all.
Oh, Mortal
Newly
Kombat?
released The Gunk is included. This one has had some mixed reviews, but some people enjoy it, so maybe it'll click for you. Finally, Firewatch.
I think I'm gonna check out the Gunk. Might as well, since the game, you know, the review kind of sketchy, but I kind of like the trailer, the announcement trailer when we saw in the E3, I think. So I think I might as well, since, you know, I already have it. I think we might as well check it out sometimes.
Had some mixed reviews. This one is complicated because I think it does some really interesting things at the front end, especially for its time when it released a few years back.
Watch
'Cause
Eye.
walking simulators weren't as ubiquitous as they are now. But yeah, that ending, man, ending really blows. Still, I recommend checking it out, as a lot of it's great and worth experiencing despite a failure to stick the landing. Our feel-good story for the week is...
Okay, I gotta say something with Firewatch. It's if you really like a really decent walking simulator experience that have like a good animation, good voice acting, a decent story, this is actually really good. I finished it in one sitting. The ending kind of sucks, but I feel like the first 70%, 80% of the game experience actually pretty fucking good, that I want more from the developers. So I mean, check it out. Just don't expect much from the ending. It sucks.
Our feel-good story for the week is...
Free,
You probably
yoink.
guessed what it is. Final Fantasy XIV is so fucking popular that they had to stop selling and pulling all advertising, and I'm not making any of that up. In case you've been living on the moon, hanging out with Derplander, Final Fantasy XIV released their Endwalker expansion a few weeks back, and it's been a little tricky to play it, not due to horrendous bugs rendering the game unplayable like pretty
I'll
much
check it out
every
later.
AAA game that gets released these
Saints.
days. No, the problem is that so many people were trying to play the game that there was no room. The servers were full. All of them. Every hour of every day. Square Enix did their best to avoid this issue by trying to buy additional server hardware earlier in the year, but due to COVID, they literally could not buy more servers even when they offered to pay well above market price. They literally tried to throw money at this problem, but no one would take their money. With queues stretching hours long, Square Enix had previously awarded people free game time as compensation, but this week they took the extraordinary step of suspending sales of the game. You cannot buy Final Fantasy XIV right now. This also meant that they pulled almost all of their existing ad spend, since there's no point in advertising something that people can't buy. This is pretty remarkable, not only because it's yet another inspiring milestone in Final Fantasy XIV's redemption arc, but because this is a company that is literally losing money just so it can do right by its players. They could have kept selling copies, riding this intense wave of hype as more and more dollars flew into their bank account and queues got longer and longer, but no, they took the hit so that Final Fantasy XIV could continue to be known as a game that puts its players first. And that is a rare and remarkable story in the world of video games, but especially in the world of AAA video games. Yoshi P truly suffering from success in a way that no other game maker currently does. By the way, don't you think we should intervene to stop Yoshi P from smoking? I don't want anything to happen to this man, and every time I see a cigarette in his mouth, it makes me nervous. I'm gonna send him some of those nicotine patches for Christmas. That'll help. And that, ladies and gentlemen...
Dude, Final Fantasy, man, holy shit. They deserve all. They deserve all the best. They did nothing but good stuff for this past couple fucking expansion or releases or patches. Yoshi P, man. Yoshi P and the team. I wish all developer teams like that. God damn it.
Gentlemen, was the week in video games the last regular show of the year. So please, if you enjoyed it, do drop it a like. I would appreciate that a great deal. Next week will be a special event as we take a look back at the biggest news stories that defined this hellish year. A nice arc, given that it was my 2020 year in review video that birthed this weekly news show. I'm looking forward to that one, and if you are too, be sure to hit the subscribe button and ding the notification bell so you'll know the minute that video goes live. Thank you all for watching, and a very special thank you to this week's sponsor, Squarespace. Guys, for the last 2 years, Squarespace has been a supporter of this channel. Someone cracked a joke in the comment section once that was like, Before dinner, Shilup doesn't say grace, he says, "This dinner is brought to you by Squarespace." It was a good zinger, and it's also kind of true, I guess.
Alright, subscribe, chat. Subscribe to SkillUp. Good video once again. Pog you, pog you. What is this? What? Why is it so fucking loud? What the fuck? My ear just blow up? I am so sorry. I think I just died. What the fuck? Okay, I'm so sorry. Fuck is this? I mean, basically just bits of gameplays. We'll see. I'm honestly not hyped with this at all, because the gameplay is not my thing, but you know, it's whatever. I guess I'll check it out. I guess. I don't know. You still drawing? Yeah, I just finished eating and we were watching some movies. In some videos. Yeah. Turn over free in the first frame, so I'm so Jesus Christ. Calm down. Yeah, I forgot that Epic Games actually giving out free games for 14 days. Last 2021. You might as well check it out, chat. It's free, you know. Holy shit. He's right. They actually have a cart now. That's cool. That's cool. Am I the only one here that downloads all big games for free? Hell yeah. Might as well. Pretty pog you. I mean, there's a lot of free stuff. Wait, what are you talking about? I think we're talking about a different kind of free. I don't judge you though. You do you, man. You do you. But, you know, I always condone, if you like the game, always support the developer so they get paid and they can release another game. If they truly deserves it, you know, why not? Know what I mean? Like how I bought Subnautica twice because I fucking love that game. They deserve more, so they can give me more. Give me more good games. There's not enough good games in the world because every fucking developer or publisher is so fucking greedy. Because even Ubisoft starts selling NFT in game. Like, what the fuck, man? Just give me playable games that is actually fun. Why is it so hard? Motherfucker? If No Man's Sky developer can do it, anyone can do it. What the fuck? Crack kind of free. I download Fallout 4 for free. I mean, hey, I never, you know, I never, like, not gonna lie, I used to crack as well. A lot of games back then. But because now I have a job and I get paid and I can afford the games, I pay them. So, you do you. You do you. But I always condone to support the developers because they work hard on it. And if you pay them and they actually deserve it, they're gonna make more good games. Win-win situation. Red, what is this?
CNBC's Jane Wells live in Los Angeles.
42 minutes? I don't know, man. 42 minutes just to talk about the red ring of death? It's a little bit too long. I don't know. little bit too long for a watch along on on stream. I'll check it out off stream, I guess. It's a little bit too long for a topic that I never even own a Xbox, so I never really experienced Red Ring of Death. I'm a PlayStation guy. I grew up with PlayStation. Ugh. Oh my god. Sorry. That was disgusting. Mm. Oh Lord. Jesus Christ. 1 second. Shit, I'm kind of full. Do you know Pedro Rodriguez? Of course. I'm not a big fan of soccer, but I know him because he's really popular among my friends, especially when he was in Barca. What's up? But I'm not really a soccer guy. I just know a lot of soccer stuff because I'm surrounded by people who watch soccer, so I always constantly get updated about them. All right, back to drawing. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Ooh. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Princess Peach. Da, 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 da. Dude, why the fuck Pavlov is so big? It's 60 gigabytes. What the fuck? That's actually insane. Jesus Christ. I need some more space to buy the game, to install the game. Uh, 1 second. Ba-da, 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 ba. Let's go. By the way, does any of you guys buy anything uh on the Steam sale or any sale? I'm kind of not sure what else should I get during the sale. Kind of a little bit undecisive because there's a lot of games that I want to try, but I don't know if I want to play it now. Like Death Stranding, I'm kind of curious, but I don't know. I don't know if it's worth try, considering the reviews and all. But I don't know. I guess I should check it out here and there. Bound to. Where is it? #23rd, 23rd, 23rd. Who the fuck is the 20th? Let's go. Na, 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 na. Oh my god. Steam have the worst sorting feature. Can't find anything, bruh. Alright, whatever. Over it. Oh my god. Okay. I think I ate too much. That rice bowl is... There's so much rice in there. Fuck. Now I'm just kind of bleh. Oh my god. Mm. 1 second, 1 second. Oh, I see. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Ah, dude, I'm too... I'm so full, Ah, fuck. I should have... I shouldn't finish that rice bowl immediately. God damn it. Oi, what's up, Kay? How you doing? Bro, why are Steam sales 99% browser game filler? What do you mean, browser game filler? Oh my god. Shit. My brain just kind of stopped. I ate too much. God damn it! It was so good though. Oh my god. I hate it when I'm full or ate too much. My brain just turned to standby mode. Buh. Just came back from Christmas food. Ooh, what did you get? What kind of Christmas food did you get? It's Christmas. Oh! I forgot to buy myself some cheesecake. I'm gonna get one tomorrow. Fuck it. I promised myself I'm gonna treat myself some cheesecake for this Christmas. I'm gonna get one tomorrow. Fuck it. I was thinking about playing some VR games that I just bought yesterday. I think we can do that. Let's see. Roast lamb, prawns, champagne, and chocolates. Jesus. Now that's what I call a party. God damn. Oh, roast lamb. Roasted lamb, they're so fucking good, dude. Also had that a couple months ago. Also some party. So good. I love lambs. They're so soft. Of course, if you cook it well. But their meat is so soft, dude. Oh yeah, I want to try Excess Overlay. Because Bell told me it's better. Let's check it out. I might as well just buy it and see what's up. Da, da. I think I think I'm gonna stop drawing right now. My brain's just turned off. Oh my god. And then we can check out some games. My brain needs some entertaining to do. Akarin.
This video is
I had a kind of okay video. It's another 13 minutes. Let's save this for tomorrow. Right now, let's play some games. How about that, yeah? Let's play some games. Sec. By the way, cool wallpaper, right? One second. Let me just buy this real quick. Might as well check it out. Hmm? Dun, dun, dun. Successful. Bada bing, bada boom, and good. Install. Oh no, this song again. Oni-chan. Ayaya. And turn off OVR toolkit real quick. How do I turn off the OVR toolkit auto startup? Actually, I forgot. How did I turn it on in the first place? Let's get to moving. Minimize automatically alt tab, auto performance, customize background. I think it's in VR. It's not in here. Forgot. Oh well, we'll do it later. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Alright, let me set it up real quick. I guess we're gonna try Electronauts. That one of the game that I actually bought. Give me a sec. Let's get to move, baby. Forza soundtrack? Dude, Forza soundtrack is a little bit too much right now. Don't worry, we're gonna make our own music after this. Like, chill out a little bit. I think I need to start arranging my VR setup so that I don't have to plug it in and out for the Oculus Link cable. Because it's starting to get a little bit, what's the word? Hassle? Kinda? Second. Holy shit. It's like I won't be able to see you guys for a couple of seconds. So I can set this up. Okay, my oh, what the fuck?
Merry Christmas, bitch.
Yo, no with the 15 bucko. Thank you so much, man. Merry Christmas to you too, dude. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. How you doing? What's up? How's your Christmas so far? Hopefully it's been awesome. Or at least good. You know? Hold up. I'm actually setting up some VR right now. But yeah, by the way, thank you. Thank you so much for the 15 buckos. Appreciate it a
Did
lot.
I ever tell you the definition of insanity? I've reinstalled Fallout 4. Again. Help me.
Why? The question is why? You don't.
Here's the one here. Okay, listen.
Oh my
here
God.
we are.
Mom, what? Mom? Thank you for the follow, Mom VR. What? Nice name. Thank you, by the way, for a follow. Appreciate it. Much love. Oh my fucking god. Right. And now I am on VR. Trap, I come for your cookies. Go ahead. It's on the table. Everyone can get their cookies. Go ahead, go ahead. Free cookies for everyone. They're joining in. Okay. Steam VR. Kablam. And then I'm fine. Nice, nice. Merry Christmas, children. Thank you, Mom. Love you. Can we have more cookies? It's almost out. We're almost out of cookies. Hold up, let me close. Please put your headset on. Okay, how do I... how do I do this? Oh, I disabled Steam thingy thing. Hold up. I forgot about that. More cookies! We need more cookies! Give me a sec, chat. I'm setting things up. Steam VR home. No. Video. Dashboard? VR dashboard. There we go. Close. There we go. Advance. Okay, I forgot how to turn off OVR toolkit. Auto start. Oh. I think it's in the settings. General settings. Interface? No. I actually forgot. Their UI is so confusing. Eh? Okay, I cannot find it. Oh no. Whatever. I'll just close it manually. Close. You're gonna be an anime girl again, aren't you? No. We're not playing VR, chat. We're playing some VR games, though. I just need to set up these things real quick. Skip tutorial? No. Look at the back of your hand to continue. Okay. I'll just let you guys see this, so at least you guys can see something. Okay, there we go. Let's get to move, baby. All right. Okay. Boom. All right. Layout mode. New window. What the fuck? Windows. Ooh, they got some fancy UI. I like that. No! No! Oh my god! Ah! Alright. Almost leaked myself. Chattery now. There we go. Okay, let me just... What the fuck? This is so gigantic. How do I resize this? Settings. What the fuck? What is this? Settings for ANS? How do I see this shit? Ah. Right. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a little bit too big for my taste. Is Belle in the chat? I don't think so. How do I change the size of this? There's no size settings. Setting. Dominant hand, right, automatic, blah blah blah, Windows. Default scale. Alright. It's kind of weird. I think Belle is AFK. Belle's the one that recommended me to try this one out. Make it blue, please. Thank you. Media control. Oh my fucking god. Wow. Okay, that's kind of fucking sick. I mean, OVR Toolkit have this as well, but the UI is kind of sexy. I like that. I don't think you can resize this. Oh my fucking god. Auto hide, block input, pin, lock. That's it. No, this is not OVR. This is Access Overlay. It's a different one. Keyboard. Ooh, sexy. Minimalistic. I thought there's a fucking tutorial. There's no tutorial at all. Hold up. Okay. I guess I'm gonna get used to you guys being this big for now. All right. How's the fucking thing, by the way, chat? Hold up. How's the fucking audio? Hopefully it's not too loud. Media control doesn't have volume. All right. I think that's proper. Okay. Well, what up, chat? Okay. I guess we'll just give it a try. This is very distracting. Not gonna lie. You know what? Let's just do it like this. Hold up. It's gone. Okay. How do I... World. Okay. I guess I'll just put you guys over there. Stay there, okay? Okay. This is so confusing. All right. Let's give this a try. Da, da. All right, first game. Oh, wait, hold up. Should probably... We actually don't want background music for this game because... My nose. We're gonna make some music in this game. The game that I've been telling you guys about that I really want to try ever since I got myself a VR headset. That's right. And no, it's not VR Kanojo. I knew it. You gonna say that, Kay? No, it's not. You have a problem. It is called hold up, it's loading. There it is. Wait, can you guys see the fucking thing? Okay. This game's probably old as fuck, huh? Wait, where's my fucking thing? Hold up. Where's my excess overlay? It's just disappeared. Hold up. 1 second. Did it just close itself? I thought you were cool. What do you mean? Okay. Whatever. Failure to follow instruction can cause bodily injury, blah blah blah. Okay. Accept. Prophecy policy. Look at this shit. Dung, 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 tsh. Calibrate your height. Recalibrate your height. Done. Hold up. I still cannot see you guys, so give me a sec. Whoa! I have a body? Oh shit. Servius. Damn. It's very 80s aesthetic. Okay, I'm liking the vibe so far. Whoa, look at those. That's a long ass intro. Okay, hold on. Audio's a little bit too loud. Now, how the fuck do I activate you guys? I cannot see you guys right now. Wait, you guys are still in Steam VR? Oh my god. Okay, the game does not goes with Steam. Okay. I see how it is. I see what's going on now. Okay. Pull up. Oh, that was so cool. You guys didn't see anything. Let me just restart this thing. This happened because I disabled Steam VR Home. Okay, what? How are you supposed to? Oh, Belle is here. Belle, how do you resize a window in Excess Overlay? I don't know how. Also, okay, how do you choose game in Steam VR while still in Steam VR if you disable the home? Because I disabled the Steam Home, like you and Raku said, or whoever. But now I don't know how to choose the game. Press the Steam VR button. Oh. Of course. Wait. Oh, library. Right. Okay. I see. All right. Of course. Yeah. Belle, how do you resize the window? Hover over a window and click a button. It interact with it instead of wait. No, I feel like make it smaller just in VR. Whoa, what the fuck? I can make it like that. That's kind of cool. I can only move it around but not resize it. In OVR Toolkit, you kind of like grab with both grip controller and then just like do this. So hard to explain. Yeah, for some reason I pressed do you want to do a tutorial and I press yes and it didn't do the tutorial, so I have no idea how to program this thing. Curve overlay, auto recenter, invert scale, window aim target, grab sensitivity, grip and use joystick. It do this. You just move it far or close. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So grip and then trigger. Okay, got it now. Got it. So now I can put you guys on my hand. Interesting. Okay, this is the right size. All right, thank you. Got it now. Yeah. I think I'm gonna put you guys over here. Maybe here. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right. Electronauts. Also, I bought Cooking Simulator, Stride, and Pistol Whip. We'll try those. One by one. Those are from the list that you guys recommended me a while ago. Games that I should try. So yeah, we got some games to go through. Fun. Did it work? Hello? Okay, it doesn't want to go. Just close. Play. There we go. What? Okay. Looks like this game does not work with... Can you guys see the game? Hold up, 1 second. You guys still in Steam VR? For some reason, I'm already in game, but it's not in the Steam VR, if that makes sense. That's weird. You know what? I think we have to go with just the game. I guess it's just Electronauts issue. It's not Steam VR. Because it works with VR chat or Half-Life Alyx. It's just Steam VR. I guess I have to use Overreal Ticket for this one. Because Access Overlay only runs with Steam VR. What? This too? Oh my god. I cannot see you guys. Okay, this game sucks. What the fuck? Why? Okay, hold up. Let me try something. Quit app. Oh fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Hold up, let me turn off Overreal Toolkit. Okay. Alright, let's try it one more time. If it doesn't work, like, I'm pressing it play in VR. If it still doesn't work, I guess we'll try something else. And I'll figure this out for next stream. Okay, it still doesn't work. Great. That's so weird. Huh. I wonder why. It detected me as playing Electronauts on VR on Steam. But it's not detected by Steam VR. Alright. If I cannot see you guys while playing the game, I might as well change into another game. It's not worth it. Alright. I guess we'll try... Pistol Whip? Stride? I guess we'll try Cooking? Nah. We'll try Stride. I'm kinda hyped with this game. Look, I need to stand up for this. I think. Holy shit. Alright. Can you guys see me? My hand. The game. Oh, this kind of reminds me of Mirror's Edge. Yep, alright, cool. Let me just turn down the volume. Calibrate height. Fully extend arm, both arm, press both trigger. Got it. 173? I'm 175. Alright. Okay, stop resetting my... I'm confused. Excellent. Okay, there we go. Alright. Endless time run. Ah, I skipped the tutorial. Let's do the tutorial again. I tested the game a little bit.
Welcome to the tutorial.
Jesus Christ.
You can open the pause menu by pressing the menu button on your left controller. Use the left stick to walk.
Alright.
To open a door, just push it while moving.
Alright.
You can turn either physically or by using the right stick. The
Yeah,
game
I like
features
this.
smooth and snap turning. Give it a try and choose the option you like best.
By the way, is the game too loud?
To run, wave your hand while walking.
It's actually pretty loud for me. Hold up. I don't know if it's too loud for you guys. Hey, Nani? How do I... Settings. Apply. What? Oh! Interesting. Okay.
Let your hands down and hold down the jump button.
Oh shit, I do this
Make a
in,
strong wave of your
anything.
arms upward and release the button while swinging.
Okay. Oof. Whoa, Jesus. Alright. Oh shit. Hold up. I need to make sure I clear. There's actually a funny story. When I tried the tutorial of this game earlier, I hurt myself. And I have a scar in my butt. I don't want to talk about it. Alright. Alright, cool.
To see the current goal, turn your right hand palm up.
Okay. Cool, hold up. Let me tighten my grip. Butt scar. It's not really a scar, it's a inner wound, inside wound. So it's not like I'm bleeding, but I can see the inner bleed.
Complete a quick task. Follow the markers. Go to the door if you want to skip the tutorial.
Alright. Oh shit, it's gonna be a little bit of a workout. It's kinda nice.
You can jump off the obstacle. To do so, simply make another jump while you are above the obstacle.
Okay, this part is hard. Whoa. Alright. Okay. I'm actually kinda working. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, the grab. It's kind of awkward that you have to do this every time you jump without your leg
To grip
moving.
onto ledges, use the grip
This
button
one.
on either controller.
Hoo! Ah. Nice. Okay. Kind of cool. Huh. Ah. All right. Whoo. Dah. Nice. Wait, can I just? IRL, I probably look like I'm jacking off someone on my right. Thank God I don't have a fucking roommate. Oh, fuck. You just, like, the sound that I make in the fucking gesture. I'm done.
Jump to the wall at about 45 degrees. While you are in contact with the wall, turn along the wall and continue to hold the walk forward button. Jump at the end of the wall run.
Okay. Oh, okay. Nope. I have to be closer. Okay, I can just kind of do that. When you love your viewers too much. Okay, I can just do with one hand. I didn't press the jump button. Alright. Ah, shit. The grab feels so weird. Okay.
To perform a slide, squat down while running.
So I did this tutorial. I don't. So I did this tutorial on off stream, right? And when I duck, the table corner was right behind me, and I was not aware. And I was ducking hard, like, whoo! Type of shit, and there's just this fucking inner wound on my butt. It still kind of hurts. Yeah, if I press it. Ow. So now I'm kind of further away from that fucking table. Your own table gave you butt love, exactly. Whoa! Nice.
To use the zip line, simply jump towards the zip line and grab it.
Oop. Oh, that's weird. Ah, shit. Not high enough. Okay. No! Jesus Christ. That gave me slight motion sickness. This game gonna tire my fucking arm real fast.
In order to use the grappling hook, jump towards it, pointing your hand
Oh,
towards
this one's
it,
a bit
and
tricky.
pressing the grip and trigger buttons
Kinda cool, though.
simultaneously.
Woo! Holy shit, I love that. Oh, it's kind of nice. Cool. Get ready.
You will come across
Oh.
snipers in various mods. To dodge the sniper shot, you can physically dodge when you see the laser sight.
It's so bad.
Put the right controller towards your left shoulder. Turn it towards you and hold the grip to grab the pistol. Excellent. Take a pistol and shoot 7 times. To reload the pistol, lower it with the muzzle down.
Alright. Yeah, the shooting's kind of eh. But it's whatever.
At difficult moments, as well as in combat, you can use Focus. To do this, press the upper part of the right touch button. Focus is active for 3 seconds, and then automatically turns off.
Alright. Interesting. Huh. Alright. Fucking VR made everyone
In some
new.
game modes, you will encounter
Exactly.
drones placing bomb traps, tripwires, air and land mines on the location. These traps can either be bypassed or destroyed by shooting at the center of the mechanism. The drone itself can also be destroyed with a few
did I just jump?
well-aimed shots to the body.
I accidentally jumped. I jump again. I forgot how to hold it down. Alright. Yeah, moving the arm is a little bit weird. Oh shit! Fuck you, dude. Fuck! Okay. Okay, that was weird. Oh shit. God damn it. Hey. All right. Oh, we're done. Okay. Okay, this game's gonna be a little bit weird. Endless, timeless, time run arena. Oh, it doesn't have a story or anything? It's just some arcade game style? Okay. High scores. Okay. Unlockables. Challenges, modifiers, instant death. Let's just start as it is.
Eliminate enemies.
What? Turn your palm up. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, this is Mirror's Edge style. Whoa! Oh my god. Shit. Quest 1 complete.
Reach the checkpoint.
What? I gotta go back? Oh, fuck. Come. Fuck. Jumping is so weird.
You're in me!
What? Who said that? Oh! Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, fuck! I jumped too far. Shit. Oh no. Dead end. Fuck. No, shit. Got to it. Oh my god. It's so weird. The layout is so weird. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm super strong apparently. Wait, where am I supposed to go? What the fuck? It's 80 meters away. Oh wait, there's fall damage? What?
Collect
Oh.
cases.
Wait, did I fail? I failed. Wait, what? What? I didn't... Quest oh, there's a time limit.
Eliminate enemies.
Let's do it one more time. Legendary all skulls on, literally mirror's edge without a charm. I mean, maybe that's why it's not.
Contact! Side!
Oh fuck!
Lead!
Dude, just die. Okay, where's the next quest?
Collect cases.
What? I got no time for you, dude. What the fuck? I hear something. Okay, someone's shooting, but I cannot see them. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay, this is actually kind of a workout. Unless I'm just moving exaggeratedly. Can I climb this? Oh, fuck. It's a dead end. God damn it. It's so hard to move around. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Ooh. Wha- Ah. Holy shit. Alright. Get to it. Grab it. Can I grab that? Are you kidding me? Jesus. Where's the last one? God damn it. Whoa! No! Fuck! Oh shit! Ah! God damn it! How the fuck do I get up there? Why am I frame dropping? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus.
Reach the checkpoint.
Fuck me. Why am I frame dropping? What the fuck?
Only you and me, Tasty!
The game's not even that heavy. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, hold up. Something's going. Something's wrong. One second. What the fuck? It fucking crashed. I was. Oh god damn it. Oh my god. Hold up. What the fuck? Wait. 1 second. What the fuck is this? Dude. The fucking... It's Steam VR again! Are you fucking kidding me? Why does nothing works with Steam VR? Oh my god. Hold up. It's so annoying how everything needs Steam VR. Wait. But Steam VR itself is so crashy or buggy. It just... Hold up. Does it work now? Okay, hold up. I need to check this game out off stream with this stream. See what's up. I guess we'll try the pistol whip. Okay, so far 2 game doesn't work. Great. We're off to a good start. Oh, Jesus.
Pistol whip.
Okay, audio should be good. Oh. Alright, let's start with the training. What's up, Rocky? How you doing? Whoa. Shoot enemy. Dodge bullets. Oh, I have 1 pistol. Aim down to reload. Okay. Losing armor. Oh shit. 4. Shoot enemies to repair armor. Oh. Oh shit, I didn't kill him. Dodge. Okay, that's a big space to dodge. I need a lot of space for this. Huh? Oh, okay. You can melee people. Whoa. Scenes. Black Magic Grave Lilith. A ruthless mob has invaded the local Chinatown district, forcing a legendary assassin out of retirement. Wait, isn't that basically John Wick? Classic. I guess we'll start with normal. Sleepy but decent, how about you? I'm chilling, trying out some new games. Oh wait, hold up. How do I pause? Okay, there we go. I forgot to switch game. Where's the keyboard? Give me a second. Pistol whip. Okay. Should be good now. Is it really weird that Fallout 4 menu theme give me unreasonably strong feeling? I guess that's, I mean, that's what the game wants. I feel like, you know? I think. How's the game look, chat? And the volume. Damn, the music though.
Let's go.
Whoa! Jesus! Came out of nowhere. Bitch.
Come get some.
Woo! Oh, it's kind of workout as well. Fuck! Holy shit, okay. I gotta focus on many. Whoa. Kind of nice. I have to focus on many things. Holy shit, okay. Looks good, I will like the music a bit louder, but that's personal preference. But can you still hear me if the music's louder? As long as you can hear me, I think it's fine. God damn it!
Let's go.
Oh my god!
Come get some.
Oh my god. Oh. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Whew.
Let's go.
Holy shit. Okay. You actually need to move to dodge the bullets. Holy shit. Okay, this is kind of a workout. Midnight workout. Sheesh. Bitch. Pow. See? How do I get better? Huh. Oh, you have to shoot things on beat to get... Interesting. So it's like with the BPM. Gotcha. Okay, let me increase the volume. Tell me if it's too loud, okay? Because in VR, it's really hard to determine how loud things are. Fitta helvete. Okay. Let's try with this. Oh. Dual pistol? Oh boy. this game. Alright.
I have something to tell you, something that you won't like, something that you won't like, something that you won't like.
Okay, let's give it a try. Dual pistol.
I have something to tell you, something that you won't like, something that you won't like, something that you won't like.
Okay, I see how to play this now.
I have something to tell you, something that you won't like. Pull your breath down and break it, 'cause babe, this won't be life. I have something to tell you,
Fuck.
something that you won't like. Pull your breath down and break it, 'cause babe, this won't be life. I have something to tell you, something that you won't like. Pull your breath down and break it, 'cause babe, this won't be life.
Okay, okay, we're getting there. Shit.
Straight from the grave.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Whoa!
Straight from the grave.
Haha, this game is fun. Shit.
Remember the grave.
Oh shit. Fuck. Panic. Holy shit. Okay, it's quite a workout. B? You know what? That's one up. I'll take that. It's kind of fun. What? Wait. What does that mean? Pistol whip to reload? Wait.
I have something to tell you, something that you won't like, something that you won't like, something that you won't like. I have something to tell you, something that...
Your bullets ricochet an eye for an eye. What the fuck? Forget about reloading. They have big heads. Okay. Brawler? Wait, so I just punch with this? Interesting. Wait, let me try. I'm kind of interested. I don't know how the fuck does that work. Oh shit, there's more. Well, let's try. Wait, how do I do it if on brawler? So I just punch? How do I... Do I just dodge? I cannot shoot them. Okay, I don't think this is how you're supposed to play this game. Let me do it properly. Let's do dual pistol. Okay, that's kind of nice. Raku, how's the volume now? Between my voice and the game. Sorry! He was just dancing, dude. Oh. Oh, shit. There's a lot of them. Oh, forgot about reload. Okay, there's a bit too much of them. Just die. Sounds good. I hear you clear. Okay, cool. You're gonna be a bit more ruthless here. Okay. What? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's kind of hard. Woo! Not if I miss. Oh shit! Okay. Holy shit. This is actually tiring, chat. Shit! Alright, we're going off beat a little bit. Sorry, bro. Shit. Okay, there's so many of them. Gotcha. Okay, we're going off beat. John Wick doesn't have to fight this much enemy. Okay. Jesus Christ. No! Holy. Fuck me. B. Jeez. I don't know it. Holy fuck. I was actually squatting for a couple times there. I need water. Hold up. Motherfucker. What the fuck? I'm literally working out right now. It's like squat, like what the fuck, dude? Oh my god, okay. I'm so out of shape, dude. Getting more workout than me. Ever since I got a VR, yeah. Beat Saber and this. What's campaign? Battle through cinematic story using preset style. Sure. Okay. Good, dude. It's fucking almost 1 a.m. in the morning.
If you're hearing this, the crew of the CHG Arbiter is dead. We followed a distress signal to an off-world colony and found it plagued by the metal.
Whoa.
A paradise cursed, corroded.
Interesting.
The transmission was a trap. It took less than a cycle for the machines to turn our crew into a graveyard. I've stayed course for months in endless defense, stacking scrap, surviving by way of rations and rage.
These guns look shit.
But now my patience is depleted. It's time to ditch this junkyard. It's time
Cloud
to
had
prove what I'm
games.
made of.
Okay. What? Whoa. I didn't see you there. I dodged that! Okay, gotta be faster.
The transmission was a
Aw,
trap.
the intro is so fucking slow.
It took less than a cycle for the machines to turn our crew into a graveyard.
I work out at a weird time as well.
I've
I'm not
stayed
used to
course
working out
for
at this
months
hour.
in endless defense, stacking scrap, surviving
Fucker!
rations and rage.
God damn it! Fuck you!
But now my
I cannot
patience is
punch you.
depleted. ditch this junkyard. It's time to prove what I'm made of.
I like it when you can punch them. It's so badass. Oh, someone followed. Pull up. I see you. Shit. Okay. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Pseudo! 3,300 years. Jesus Christ, thank you for... fuck you. Not you. I mean, love you. Thank you for the resub. 33 months. Or 3,300 years. Oh, fuck. Shit. Thank you, dude. Okay. Okay. What? Jesus. Fuck you. Shit, I ran into that door.
System online. Repair diagnosis, 62% bone fragmentation, lower motor function failure. Priority augments, ocular rift, hydraulic leg fusion. Subject stripped of service weapon for cycle
It's actually
rehabilitation.
working out.
Administering adrenaline in 3,
Thank you, by the way, Pseudo.
1.
Love you, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. How you doing, by the way, man? What's up? What have you been up to in this Christmas time?
I have to get the hell out of here.
Open your eyes.
Damn, I don't have. They took my ammo. Guess this one's a brawl.
I see. What? Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, come on. I'm running out of space here. Okay. At a 4-hour lunch. Woo! Party time. All I gotta do is just keep moving my head. Never mind. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh my god. Fuck. Shit. Whoa! Holy fuck.
Last one standing. Now to find some pants.
You fucking.
They filled me with metal. They kept me alive. But why? I have to get to the compound.
I'm actually.
Find answers. Wait. The hell is in my leg?
That is. Okay. Last one, Chad.
This weapon seems to have a mind of its own.
I'm not ready for this, dude.
Intelligent. And capable of 4-round bursts. A metal mincer.
Whoa! A 4-round burst. Shit.
Some people think there are strange creatures on Mars.
Shit. Didn't see you there. Oh shit. Oh, come on, I didn't see that.
This weapon seems to have a mind of its own. It's intelligent. And capable of 4-round bursts. A metal mincer.
Gotcha.
Some people think there are strange creatures
Sheesh.
on Mars.
Shit. See you. Oh, come on. Dodge that.
You'll think there are strange creatures on Mars.
Ah, fuck you. I think you're supposed to punch him. Oh, fuck you. Yo. Bang.
I was wrong. The colony is dead. There's no life left here. But who saved me?
Recycled.
What?
You were not saved. You were recycled. Your cooperation is inevitable. Cease all rebellion.
Eat shit, machine.
Eat shit, machine. Alright, that was supposed to be the last one, but
Get out of my head!
it's addicting.
You will comply.
Whoa! What the fuck? Oh, fuck me. Fuck. That catch me off guard.
You will comply.
Get out of my head!
You will comply.
How does the game actually look on this bitrate? I figure it's kind of weird. Fita. Holy shit. God damn it. Holy shit. It's like dancing, dude. Oh shit, it's a lot of shield boys. I don't think you guys are supposed to be up there. Whew. Okay. I just finished this campaign to see what's up. I wonder how much battery do I have left. Is there a fastest way to check out how many battery do I have without actually going to the menu? I wish it's a UI. Oh fuck! I wish it's a UI. Sometimes the burst doesn't work properly. People, VR is not fun. VR. I feel like the problem with VR is that when it came out a couple years ago,
The metal
like
core.
5 years ago,
Finally, answers.
it was kind of underwhelming.
Welcome, John.
Honestly, when VR released for the first time.
What?
Like right now it's good, but earlier stage it was alright. Resolution still, you know, below average. Not much games. It's gonna take a while.
Learning from us. We are a research vessel for combat training. I have to break the cycle. Forgive me. No. Forgive yourself.
Holy shit. He's a badass. But yeah. Now VR is actually really good.
Wiped my memories? It's not possible. Why are you doing this?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Each ship to heed our transmission failed to produce viable data until yours. We eradicated life from this world in search of you.
I don't understand. You put a gun in my leg.
Your augments were essential to the cycle's continued success. Your single heart,
Shit.
brain, and volition remain intact. Together, we can conquer death and eclipse humanity.
I'm not you. Not yet. Keeping me alive was your last mistake.
Then I'll kill you.
Meanwhile, VR chat is the internet asylum. What do you mean? Whoa! Whoa, what the fuck? Holy shit.
Exemplary. Your species is a redundancy. You.
Listen, if VR chat never a thing,
Yeah.
I probably never
Perfect for
started
shutting your ass
streaming.
down. Let's go.
Oh, fuck you. Honestly, even though I barely stream VR most of my streaming career cycle, I think most of the chatters are from VR chat. So it's fair to say. Whoa, what the fuck, dude? I'm crouching, motherfucker! Jesus! Holy shit, this is... I'm sweating. I've been sweating for the past 1 hour. Holy shit. Woo! Oh, fuck you. Shit. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? I'm just dancing right now. See what I just did there? I just flip him like with a gun. Holy shit.
It's done. Without the core
Dude,
to power
I've been
it,
doing
the metal
this.
will die by dawn. I will last longer. Perhaps long enough for a ship to cross this hellscape once more. Perhaps long enough to find home again. Perhaps not. The sunset here isn't so bad. Professor John H. Asimov, signing off.
Not bad. Claps. That's actually not bad. That was fun. Okay. You will, cause you were QXCL and Asian lyric stuff. What the fuck? Wait, what were we talking about? Oh shit, there's another campaign. Okay, I'm kinda sweating like crazy right now. But at the same time I wanna keep going. Let's go for one more. One more. Hold up, how much battery do I have? Okay, still 90%. We're good. Oh! This ain't no place for the hero. This ain't no place for the better man. Woo! This ain't no place for the hero. Oh, I love that song. Yo, let's go, Chad! This is DMCA. Fuck it.
If you're looking for someone, you won't find nobody on this side of the dirt. Dynamo leaves no man alive.
Me and my two friends here will keep that in mind.
That's right. Fastest trap in the West. Oh my god. Oh shit, aim. Shit. can see the third one. Alright, redo. Yeah, this is Borderlands 2, dude. Oh. Oh fuck, I forgot to punch him. Oh my god, so many of you. Oh, come on. Oh. How many HP do you have? The hardest part about this game is that you have to shoot on the beat. Whoa, how do you live? Shit, it damaged me. Oh, come on. Oh no, the second bullet. Alright, one more. Dude, this song is so fucking groovy. I keep dancing. I keep forgetting they have 4 HP.
Why you lie and you cheat and you try
war scene.
Done and dusted.
Oh my god. This song is so good. Sir.
Oh, Tess. You'd best know I'm coming for you. Biscuit, don't go!
Wait,
Damn it.
what's the difference with Fulper?
Seems I'll be needing these old boomsticks after all.
It's a boom. Oh my god. It's a double barrel.
Twice the business, twice the buck.
Oh shit, it explodes. Oh shit. Oh shit. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Woo! Oh, come on. Okay. I gotta time with the beat to get the maximum
Twice the
score.
business,
Like that.
twice the buck.
Hello? Oh shit. This is confusing. What? Oh, he kissed me. Mwah.
Twice the business, twice the buck.
Okay. Okay, okay. I'm running out of breath.
Twice the
shit.
business, twice the buck.
Oh shit. What? Holy shit. Okay. I think I'm in a minute. One second. Holy fuck. Holy shit. I've never squat so many reps in my life. I feel like my butt is getting bigger just from playing this game. I think it is. Jesus Christ. I've squatted more than a fucking just chatting streamer. Okay. Holy shit. Too bad you guys cannot see with a third-person camera, huh? Okay, I think we're good here, chat. This game is addicting though, not gonna lie. I've been tired since 1 hour ago, no, half an hour ago, but the music is just so good. And the map is just like, you know what I mean? It's a really good game. I really like this. Definitely gonna play more. But I think we're good. If you guys have a VR and you guys like shooting and rhythm game, this is fun. It's quite an exercise, I do have to say. Holy fuck. Meanwhile, Leo in the corner just drawing. Good boy. This boy. Alright, chat. I think we're good here.
Pushing your body too hard can lead to serious health problems. Take a break before your heart goes pee overheat.
Yeah. I got it. Don't worry. We're stopping here. I really like rhythm game. That's why I've been playing a lot of Beat Saber off stream actually. I just didn't expect this game actually that good. Also, you said 1 FPS, K? Did it drop? I wonder if it's because of GPU earlier. The temperature's almost 80. That's bad. He is Slavey always drawing. True. Alright, chat. It's been fun, but I think we are good to go here. For 20 seconds, it just died. I see. Yeah, probably GPU overload earlier. Megapixels? Hold up, let me see. Is it because... Oh yeah. Yeah, the GPU stutters for quite a lot. It's probably because there's so many action in the game. Explosion and everything. Kind of makes sense. But yeah. I want to chill out more. But I think I'm gonna drop here. I'm gonna stop here. It's been fun. I'm gonna do more. Hey. This XS overlay is actually pretty nice. I like the UI better than OVR Toolkit. I'm gonna mess around with this more. It's kind of nice. But yeah, chat, I'm gonna end the stream here. It's been fun. 4 hours of some, you know. Ooh, look at that. I can make you guys bigger now. Omega big. Oh my god. Look at that. You guys gigantic now. Jesus. But yeah. I'm gonna chill out here. Thank you guys all for watching. Tomorrow is Sunday. Probably not gonna stream. Yeah. I mean, it's already Sunday for me, but I'm not gonna go to sleep immediately because yesterday I slept around 6 a.m. So I'm probably gonna hang out with some friends. Some of my friends probably, you know, still celebrating Christmas, especially the one from EU and NA. So I'm probably gonna hang out with them. So yeah. Probably gonna chill out. I'll probably have to take a shower first. I'm soaking wet right now. 1 a.m. exercise. Would you look at that? If I have a doctor, probably gonna be so mad at me right now. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday. Raid. We could raid. Hold up. Let's see. Who should we raid though? Rag Arcade and Paper on. There's people that go to the gym at 1 a.m. Well, if you're accustomed to it, that's fine. I am not. My gym schedule is like 7, 8. That's my workout time. 1 a.m.'s when I start to chill out. You know what I mean? Oh my god. It's fun though. We should do one of these kind of, I guess, a dedicated, you know, a dedicated workout stream. There's probably tons of VR game that involves working out as well, like this game. So you should probably look for those. It's kind of fun. It's kind of like, you know, healthy and shit. It's been a while since last time I actually have a routine workout. Especially since I stopped my gym. for a year now. Workout has been kind of random. This belly ain't flat anymore. My thigh is getting bigger. For some people, that's kind of what those people want. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, I wonder if there is a VR game where you move your legs a lot more. You know what I mean? Because technically, most VR game that requires body movement is just arm and torso. But there are no legs. One. Well, I kinda do some pie dance with a couple other VR chat friends. So there's that. But I wonder if there's another, like a dedicated game for like a workout and shit. That would be fun. I got a six pack when I start staying home more. No excuses. No excuses indeed. I just don't feel motivated if I don't have tools. I don't have like the tools at my apartment. I kind of relies on gym, which I need to change. I just don't have the motivation for a while. Okay, it's been weird, but VR has made me sweat more than my past, fun time stuff. Okay, I should stop talking. If you have full body, you can do a lot more in this game. There's a YouTuber called OmoT or something like that does that. Huh. I'll check him out later. Never seen that before. More sweat than a ranked CSGO match. True. More sweat than my sex life. Alright, anyway. Thank you guys all for watching. And especially you guys who hang out till the end of the stream. Saints, Raku, K. I cannot scroll up. Oh, I can. Sudo, thank you for the 330 years of subscription. Tier 3, by the way. Tier fucking 3, by the way. It's still... He's been sub to me, tier 3, for a long time now, but every time he resub, it's mind-boggling. Like, what the fuck? Someone actually want to sub tier 3 to me. It's too much, but I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Sudo, once again. So much. Thank you. Thank you, Bell. No. Oh yeah, no. Also with the $15. Thank you. There it is. And everyone else. Farah. Demon. Yeah, a lot of people. Thank you so much for watching. It's been fun. I'll be back on Monday. Unfortunately, I do not stream on Sunday as usual. But if I have nothing to do or I got bored, because usually, especially this Sunday, probably a lot of people are going to hang out with friends and family during Christmas, right? So probably going to be less people on VR chat to hang out with, or just in general. Like, my friend next door hasn't come back since Friday. Hasn't come back home. So, I'm alone, man. Nah, I'm kidding. Just yesterday we were doing some group friends. Gaming and shit. So yeah. You guys as well. Enjoy your Christmas chat. Hang out with your family and friends, It's rare time, holiday where a lot of people have a lot of time to hang out with, Yeah. Cherish the time. Alright? I hope you guys are having a good Christmas days and stuff. So ERP time, no. What the fuck, no Discord notification? Wait, no Discord notification? I think there is. Unless the bug bugged out again. The bud. Wait, you're right. There is no Discord notification. Wait, you're right. Thanks for notifying me. I didn't know that. I didn't notice. I'll check it out. I'll check out the bot, see what's up. Thank you, good gamer. Sorry about that. That's weird. It always been working for the past couple weeks now. That's crazy. What's the highest beat emote again? What do you mean? Oh, it's still empty, Pseudo. Too much. It's 50k, and I haven't placed anything in there because I don't want you guys to pay 50k for a single emote, dude. That's too much. Yeah, Bitsies. Right? What's up, Magma? How you doing? Hold up. Let me... Is it just me or the music's a bit low? Right now 25, yeah. The 51, it's still empty. I just don't know if I should place it, dude. I don't want anyone to pay 50k. How much is 50k? It's like $500. That's too much for a single emote. You know, I think I don't know. I feel like Twitch should make at least like 20k emotes, 20k bits equals to, let's say, 5 emotes or 10. And then 50k bits, you get 20 emotes. I don't know. It's just like 50k for a single emote. It's kind of too much. Let the man do whatever he wants, Red. He's gonna go 50k with that. No! Don't! No, that's too much money, dude. Listen. That's too much. I feel bad. Like, you know, if you guys want to support me, I want at least to give something back. Like in terms of, like, you know, whatever it is. Like I can think of an emote that looks very good for a 50k. Like I have to make it very, very good for it to be in 50k emotes. I'll think about it. Just get a whiteboard and write his name. You guys cannot see anything. Next time when I get a full body, you know, I'll hop on VR chat, you know, I'll showcase some avatars, you know, we can get some virtual whiteboard, you know, just to give extra, you know. You guys are such a coomer, dude. God damn it. You give 50k bit, you give 50k gifted subs. That is a good deal. Corpa. Rhea nudes. Listen. That is some kind of a Patreon type of shit. You know what I mean? With extra butt jiggle, please, the whiteboard thing. Oh my god, K. You know, whenever Rhea is a thing in VRC, VRP no matter. No! Stop! Stop! No! Jesus Christ. Talking about down bad. Oh my god, you guys. Dude, even though I will eventually make Ray, it's still me, man. Come on, dude. Holy shit. Listen, if I ever finish or ever manage to make Rhea in 3D and put it in VR chat, I probably not gonna put, you know, extra features. It's kind of hard to, cause here's the thing, chat. I don't know if you guys understand. Rhea is my OC, and I kind of created her like 2 years ago. Well, almost 3 years now, and she's like my daughter, dude. She's technically like my daughter. I created her, I changed her design over time. She's like a daughter, bro. Like, I cannot. We'll see. Jesus Christ. You guys, Jesus, dude. If someone draw 50k, you do the Seed of the Dead stream on Pornhub. What the fuck is the Seed of the Dead? Wasn't the cat riding in the corner? I mean, your dog's kind of hot, not gonna lie. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, my cat. No, Leo is different from Rhea. She's technically my wife, what is your problem? Do you know she doesn't exist? What do you mean? She's right there. You guys not see her? Look, she's always there, chat. Look, Rhea, say hi to chat. Aww. She said hi. She's right there, chat. Okay. Sudo wants to bang your daughter. True. She's my wife. This is so weird. Such a weird conversation. Thank God my neighbor is not home. Oh my God, you guys. Sudo, can you change to just chatting real quick? We can chat a little bit. Wind down before I take a shower. Oh my God. You know what? How much battery do I have? Oh, no wonder my fucking OBS drop frames. My Chrome with like 15 tabs are open this whole time. God damn it. Of course. Dude, Chrome is such... I really need to get extra RAM just for Chrome. It sucks balls, dude. I hate Chrome so much. But I used it all the time. It's like 16 gigabyte as a streamer is not enough. It's that bad. Okay, VR chat. Let's hang out a little bit. Not just chatting. Let's go VR chat. You just do a little chatting. What is this? Imagine banging rats drawing when you can bang rat. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you kidding me? Okay, hold up. Let me do it. I'm gonna get some water because I need some drink. You guys don't forget to hydrate as well. Give me a sec. We'll do some chat real quick.
Putang ina! Si Optimum Prime! Puking inang yan, Optimum Prime!
Pseudo to gifted a tier 1 sub to True Ebe. They have given 224 gift subs in the channel.
Pseudo! Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for the gifted sub. Memma fan i helvete. Oh, where's my controller? There we go. Thank you for the gifted sub to True Weeb. Appreciated it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the gifted sub. True. Enjoy the gifted sub emotes. Ratrap H in the chat. Much love. Christmas miracle. Wait, if I do that? Okay. Oh, that was scary. What the fuck? You guys didn't see that, right? What the fuck? That was close. I was changing. Like, Oculus have this thing, if you get out of the safe zone, it'll use the inside out camera to show my room. And I was in front of the mirror. That was close. You almost see my... Yeah. Alright, anyway, you should stop talking. It's not even a face reveal. Okay. Alright. Let's hang out a little bit before we end the stream. Holy shit, finally I sit down. That was bad. I shouldn't do that. That was really bad. There we go. Stream camera. Boop. Whoa. Okay, you already were. Are we already stuttering? Jesus Christ. PC is down bad, dude. Alright, I guess seeing from the camera or from my POV? Camera, right? Jesus. Red whipping his pistol at people for 4 hours straight. Exactly. This pistol. Oh, it's Be Right Back overlay? Professional streamer. Alright, how about now? Is it my eyes or the camera that you guys looking at right now? Two FPS? Okay, hold up. I got this. I got this, don't worry. Everyone calm down. VR chat. And there we go. Should be good now. What the fuck? There we go. So weird. I don't know where to place my camera. Oh my god. Alright. This, I have the, you know, the outfit, man. I mean, okay. You know. Let me change to a lighter avatar. This is currently my main avatar that I use, but it's not that optimized, especially on stream. But I always have Leia as my backup. This camera, I think one of you guys controlling this camera, I swear to God. Hi. There we go. More frames. E-girl? Okay, dude. Come on. She looks cool, okay? I like the outfit. Put it facing upwards at the height of your belly button. Chat, you guys need to jack off. I swear to God. You guys okay? I'm not even I haven't done anything, you know. Oh my God. Okay. So, yeah, what's up? To you, I don't really want to, though. Okay, yeah, okay, I whatever, dude. I keep saying the wrong shit. Yeah. Oh my God. Jesus, that was tiring. How you guys doing? How do you guys enjoy that pistol whip? That was actually pretty fun. I actually enjoyed that game a lot. Definitely gonna go back to it. The only thing that's stopping me is my own stamina right now. I need to exercise more. I really do. I need to go back to my routine. It's been a year since I completely stopped my exercise routine. It's just that work from home, chat, it's just making me feel very lazy. Like, I literally woke up around 9 a.m. and then I immediately clock in to work at 9 a.m. every fucking day. I woke up, turned off my alarm, clock in, lay down a little bit, and then go to work. And then go work until 6, usually overtime until 7. And then get something to eat, shower, and then gaming or streaming. Like, the fact that I don't go outside my apartment makes it really hard for me to you know, to exercise. So it's really kind of hard. But this VR thing has been really cool. Kind of makes me want to, you know, exercise again. You know what I mean? I just need something to motivate me to exercise. That's all. Remember when Rad was wholesome? Now he's a DJ and VRC streamer. Okay, dude. I hang out with you in that world. Remember? god. Pistol Whip gets boring pretty quick though. I can see that. I can see that. It's because they don't have any custom maps and everything. But for what it is, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. So, I don't mind. I actually like it. I'm not gonna refund it. I'll probably gonna spend all the song, like spend my time doing all the songs, and then if I found like some of the really good songs, I'll do like custom you know, like extra challenges and stuff like that, get high scores stuff. Probably never gonna pass like hundreds of hours, probably gonna be below 100 hours and then I'll stop. But it's $10. It's $10. It you know, for what it is, I think it deserves the price. Sweaty dude pretending to be anime girl. Oh, you want me to use nothing? Oh. Maria Heavily, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Remember we had a really weird conversation thanks to Sibo in that world? Yeah, let's not talk about that. Hold up, let's see who's online right now. Most of the people that I hang out with cannot really, you know, you know, especially, oh, Lena is on. Oh, I want to do Pai dance, but I'm already too tired. You can fight other players? Wait, what? There's a game called Creed Rise to Glory. Oh, I saw that. I don't know about boxing game. Not really fond of boxing. Like, it's not really my thing. Thank you for a follow, Maria. Fiercy people are weird, Chief. The game scares me. Dude, we are literally what you're talking... What are you... What? You're talking about us. Excuse me? Oh my god. But yeah, anyway, what have you guys been up to? What have you guys been doing for, you know, Christmas? You guys hang out with family? You guys, you know, or you guys cannot go back to your parents' place or family because of COVID, or like what's going on? What do you mean? I use VRC as a Discord. Other people go further. Okay, dude. I'm getting VR so I can be the one guy in this galaxy not maining an anime girl. Break the metrics. Trust me, you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there. You just happen to see a lot of anime because you watch this guy. I watch. I'm like, the moment you chat in this, the moment you follow this stream or chat in this stream, dude, I'm a fucking weeb. What do you mean? In fact, it's actually surprised that you stick around in this channel, considering you're not much of a weeb. I'm actually surprised. Do you speak Portuguese? No, I do not. I speak English mainly in this stream. Yes, I don't speak Portuguese. Someone in the chat does though. Eat a decent meal and drink some alcohol. Nice. I have COVID, so no. What? Wait, you actually have COVID? Oh no. Take care, dude. Hope you get better. It's a great excuse to not have to go anywhere. I see. Plus, I am asymptomatic, so I'm great. What is that? There's barely some people with male avatar that are not e-boys. I don't know. I don't have enough experience. All the people that I hang out with are, you know, probably haven't seen a big wholesome community of Asia and VRC. VR chat have a gigantic different amount of community, so yeah. I can understand Portuguese not much, but yeah, exactly. Wait, what's your main language, Raku? I thought it was Portuguese. Oh fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Izuki Midoriya 10. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Wait, can you guys see my controller in my... What the fuck? Oh, it's probably because I was opening that. Okay. And ironically, cannot give a solid reason why I watch you. Yeah, I don't understand. And you show up every single stream, Saints, which I appreciate a lot. But you're the most unexpected, like, you know, everyday viewer that actually show up every fucking stream. Maybe miss like 1 or 2 in a month. Like, you always there. So I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. But you're the most unexpected regular in the stream. At least for me. You don't know much about anime stuff. You're a Ubisoft guy. I don't play Ubisoft game. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I have 50k hours in VRC, believe me. Yeah, Mary is a veteran. This is like the 4th time that you told me that you fuck. I speak Spanish. All right. I'm sorry. I don't know a lot of European languages. All right. There's a lot of languages out there. Yuki's is a lurker. Yes, I see you here and there. Thank you for lurking as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. Well, I need to log this motherfucker. VR chat camera is one of the most annoying thing ever. Give me faith in humanity. I don't know. Do I? Play Origin. You don't even say Origin right. I'm not even from Europe. Wait, you speak Spanish, but you're Huh? You don't speak... What? Hold up, I'm confused. Raku's Portuguese, but you speak Spanish. Huh? I'm not... Okay, you're not Portuguese. You're I'm confused. You're from... Okay, just there's only 2 countries in the world that speak Portuguese. I'm from Argentina. I do not know that. I don't know a lot about Argentina at all, other than the soccer team, because Indonesia is a big soccer fan and Argentina is famous for their soccer team. That's it. That's all I know about Argentina. Sorry. Most of South America speaks Spanish. Ooh. Alright, sorry. Most of South America speaks Spanish. Gotcha. Brazil Raku. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Sorry, dude. But he doesn't even remember I'm Hungarian. No, I know you're Hungarian because you're the only Hungarian in this stream. in the chat. And you always like, Red, can you watch this Hungarian video? Red, I watched this Hungarian reviewer that I really like. You should check him out. Like, you mention Hungarian things a lot, okay? And you show up literally every stream. Of course I know. You always mention it. Don't worry about it. I got you. Dude, I hate Brazil. Why would you hate Brazil? Because I gotta share with them and they suck. Jesus Christ. Alright. Calm down. Yo, chill. We're not a hater chat here, alright? Calm down. Share love. I'm from NA. What the fuck is a soccer? Okay, good one, dude. Football. Oh god. There's very few of us. It's exciting when we do literally anything. Yeah, I get it. I can share love with a stick in their head. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, calm down. Ah, my god. Hold up. I need another water. Holy shit, I drink so much water today. Like, I think I refilled my bottle so many times today. It's good though. It's because I exercised twice today. Oh god. Actually, okay. I think I already know most of where you guys from. Most of you. We got a lot of European. I think Raku is the only one from SA. We got a 1NA as well. I think my chat, most of you guys are EU though. Yeah. German, Spain, Sweden, Turkey. Wait, Turkey is Middle East though. Where does Turkey go in terms of region? Is it Eastern or Europe? Eastern Europe? I don't know. My geography sucks. Hold up. This song's way too chill. Okay, I cannot press next. That's great. Hold up. Eh? Oh no, my Spotify's broken. Okay, there it is. Both. I'm living in Istanbul. We're two parts of the region. I'm not from Turkey, but I'm living here a few years. Oh, gotcha. All right, that makes sense. Interesting. It's like a two-part region. I wonder how that works. What's this? Oh wait, pseudo. Ow! Fuck. What the fuck? I swear I heard something. That was weird. Huh? Sudo. What the fuck was that? Okay, that was weird. Right, can you use the avatar of your mom, Lamau? I don't know if that's even a thing. What the fuck, man?
What did I do, man?
What the fuck is that sound? I hear like a fucking knife sound or some shit. Oh, okay. Oh shit, it's getting crowded. One coast of the Asia, another one EU. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, looks like people are starting to join. Alright, we gotta chill, alright? We gotta chill. Oh shit, hold up. Amaya. Tarkov is having Twitch drop soon on the 27th, I believe. I don't know if I want to do Tarkov. If you guys have seen my last Tarkov stream, it's not that good. What up? Oh my god, my frames is dying. Hold up. Jesus Christ. There we go. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do any Tarkov stuff. It's not happening. No. Last time I tried Tarkov, do you guys if you guys see that, do you guys even remember? It's not good. It's not good. All right. So yeah, I kind of give up. I kind of give up on that. At least let me upgrade my PC first, because it's actually unplayable with Tarkov. Jesus Christ, my FPS, dude. Hello. I would like to play it if they had vertical sound. Wait, Tarkov doesn't have vertical sound? I didn't know that. Then again, the verticality of the game is very minimal. You know what I mean? It's like you barely need the vertical, except like, you know, in a certain map, like that one area in custom, or what is that map called? The mall one, Pseudo?
Interchange,
sure. There's a lot of verticality, but I think that's about it. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Cell? How you doing? And Zenity, what's up? Hello. Chat, how many FPS right now? For you guys. Oh boy.
1, 2, maybe 3.
I think it's good. I think it's at least, yeah, it's more than 30. Yeah, it's viable. I think the avatar earlier. Yeah, this one's good. What's up, Sal?
We're good.
What the fuck is going on in Miami, bruh? But yeah, when you're in a building, every floor sounds like it will be your floor. I love CQC and I hate that the vertical sound sucks. I agree. Sometimes it's definitely, especially in Interchange, there's a lot of moments where I was like, I hear the gunshots, but I don't know where exactly it comes from. So it's kind of like, is it second floor? Is it first floor? Is it basement? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's a lot of moments like that. So I understand what you mean. But at the same time, if you kind of been playing a lot, right? You kind of know or kind of like can predict, oh, it's coming from that area, or it's from the gun store, you know? So yeah, there's some kind of a guessing game going on there. So yeah, kind of understandable. The map knowledge, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. CS trained my brain to hear the sound. So many times I whipped to someone that was floor above me and I hear him in front of me. Yeah, I understand that. The struggles. I mean, unavoidable. It is what it is. Let's just hope that they will fix the there's a lot of things that can still be fixed with Tarkov. The audio issue, the server issue, especially if it's like full, like 10 people or plus in one map. You can feel the FPS lower than it should be. Speaking of CS, it has less cheaters somehow, at least in my region, because they all moved to Valorant. You're welcome. Yeah, they all moved to my fucking game now. There's not one day. Nah, I mean it's not a daily thing, but I experienced some cheaters and stuff like that. It's basically the modern CS, Valorant. So I kind of like, you know. What do you guess? Okay. It's like I see this, like what the fuck? Oh wait. CS easy mode? Okay, it's not like that, dude. What the fuck? I still like CSGO. It's just that Gavin doesn't really care about the game. It sucks. Like, I wish there's more to it, but you know, his main focus, like Gavin's main focus right now is literally fucking Dota 2. And it sucks. You know what I mean? Oh, True added me. What's up, man? Like right now, Valve main focus is Dota 2, and you can see like right now they have like a winter event. Like there's a brand new like campaigns vibe mini game is going on. Fucking like my friends spend $50 in that game and they get like fucking skins and like all the good stuff, and they can resell it and they can sell that money to buy games on Steam. Like it's an investment. CSGO have fucking skins and that's it, and the skins are not even that good. No, like they actually earn money from it if you play it right. It's actually, you know, something. Oh shit, True joining. I tried a bot match in Halo and they're so much harder than the actual players. Not even highest difficulty. Halo bot match is whatever, I feel like. I only did it once and then, you know. You know what I mean. Man, your subtitles doesn't work. I mean, it's an AI based subtitles and it's free. You know, it's not much. At least it's something. You know, You gotta take a 10k loan if you want a skin. What if I'm using subtitles? You know, some people appreciate subtitles. I do notice it. And you can disable it if you want to. Like there's an overlay in the stream on the right side of it, like around here. There's like an overlay button thing, and you can click it to disable or enable this subtitle. So if someone need the subtitles, they can just click it and it works. What's up, Drew? Hey, look at him. I'm in Yuki's. Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh my god. But yeah. You guys are not, you know, you guys don't play Dota 2. I know anyone in the chat actually play Dota 2? Actually kind of wonder, because the only peoples that I know that actually play Dota 2 are my Indonesian friends. I don't know anyone else outside of it. To be fair, I don't really play Dota, so I don't find Dota 2 friends in the first place, right? So it kind of makes sense. Def. Hey, be nice. Be nice. Dota 2 equals brain damage. Whoa. Yeah, League 2. Oh my god. Alright, let me move it a little bit right here. There we go. I kind of do. I mean, some old friends are really into it, and I played a bit with them. Actually, yesterday I played 2 matches, but like fucking 1-hour matches. You guys should try the turbo mode. That's the only match that my friends play, and it's like it 30-minute to 40 minutes game. So yeah, I watch a Dota streamer and can confirm it's cancer. I do also have one Dota streamer that I follow and watch constantly, and it's Bulldog, Admiral Bulldog. But the only reason I watch him is because the way he stream, it's not just a Dota. Like he you know, he do entertaining shit, so it's different. If you guys know Admiral Bulldog, you guys have seen some really good stuff. Lepo. I play with them so they decide I'm a veteran at League, but this is like League hard mode. League is so stupid and simple compared to this. A lot of people say that. I've tried both, but I'm not good at either League or Dota. But in a certain way, yes. Dota is a lot more complicated than League. Like, I feel like League is more of a trick shot. A lot of trick shot plays and a lot of what's the word? You know what I mean. Like League's stuff. Meanwhile, Dota, the annoying part about Dota is that every single hero have their own build, and then those builds are vastly different. And the other, some of the heroes are similar, but there are some heroes that's just exceptionally different. And to use them or to counter them is just so like I always remember what my friend said. People who is good at Dota sacrifice their teenage life to be good at the game, and that is not wrong. Like, in order to get good at Dota, you basically use most of your, you know, teenage lifespan to learn the fucking game, or master it rather. That's why Dota player only play Dota. You know what I mean? I think it kind of applies with League as well, but League, the thing with League is that it's also casual friendly. So people who just want to play League for the sake of hanging out with friends, it works. In Dota, you have to try hard to have fun. You cannot just like, I'm gonna play with my friends for a couple of games, haha, fun and dandy and everything. No. Dota equals violence and toxicity. It's just that. It's nothing but toxic and screaming and violence. And so I don't like the game. It's just, you know, MOBA in general. I just cannot get into it. It's just really, it's not quite my style. You know what I mean? Wait, hold up 1 second. Jesus Christ. You say Majula is pretty. I didn't say anything about Majula. What are you guys talking about? I didn't say anything about Majula. Calm down. Majula is great, alright? Majula is awesome. Oh, fucking Majula, dude. Now I am talking about Majula, yes. Dark Souls. Elden Ring, man. Elden Ring. 2 months from now. I cannot wait. You guys better be ready, chat. The moment Elden Ring release, that's all I gotta play for the next couple of weeks. Okay? From that day, the moment Elden Ring release, I will become Elden Ring streamer for the next couple of weeks. Alright? I don't know if I'm gonna slip in, probably I'll slip in some variety here and there. But most of the time, it's gotta be just Elden Ring. Everybody gotta do that. Exactly. Well, people who play Elden Ring. But yeah. Hope you guys ready for that. No, because, you know, I always play a variety of games. So it's gonna be a weird moment in twitch.tv/rattrap for a couple of weeks when Elden Ring release. Because that's gonna be the only game I play. Hopefully, because we still don't know if it's good or not, but I bow to Miyazaki-sama. And I believe everything that he do and have done has been nothing but perfection. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, all of them. So I have high hopes with Elden Ring. You know? Even the most controversial one, Dark Souls 2, I like it. I know it's not it's not, you know, compared to Dark Souls 1, it's something. But Dark Souls 2 is different, but good kind of different. I feel like the hate that Dark Souls 2 get, it's quite overreacted. But I can understand. Hardcore fans can be, you know, can be harsh. I like Dark Souls 2. You forget Demon Souls? I don't play Demon Souls. I never played it yet. It's a PS, man. It's a PS exclusive, unfortunately. So I haven't played it at all. Maybe I should get a PlayStation 5 real soon, huh? Demon Souls is there, the remake. The only thing that's stopping me from getting a console is that there's not a lot of games that I will play on that console, and it's gonna be a waste of money. That's my only concern. You know? Demon Soul is straight up just worse Dark Souls. Okay, what the fuck? Take that back. Take that back. Dark Souls won't be a thing without Demon Souls. And that's the truth. That is the truth. Dark Souls obviously is better than Demon Souls because it's a spiritual successor. But Dark Souls won't be a thing if Demon Souls is not a game in the first place. So you have to respect Demon Souls, man. You gotta respect that. Whenever you see it, you is hiding inside the couch. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it is with Elden Ring and everything. You know? I just cannot wait. And you guys should understand as well. It's been rough this couple months. There's not much like of a game where it's like, oh, it's, you know, the moment it releases, like, oh, it's hype. Like, there's so many games that got overhyped and then ended up being absolute disaster. So yeah, it kind of sucks. Half of it, part of it is because of COVID, obviously, right? Most of the developer team are still fitting into like work from home or like COVID schedule, quarantine and everything. So yeah, it's been so. I just hope that next year we'll get more good stuff about gaming in general, since people start fitting in or getting used to how everything works in the current year, right? And yeah, I'll just hope for the best. Speaking about that situation, do you think Dying Light 2 will be any good? I mean, no, good. It's true asking the question. I don't know. Here's the thing. Dying Light 1 for me was okay. It's not amazing type of game, right? For me. So it's like a subjective thing. But based on the gameplay or what the devs have been talking about Dying Light 2 so far that we get, it looks interesting. The parkour definitely looks a lot more fun. I feel like the parkour part for Dying Light 1 is underwhelming for me. But that's also because I was expecting Mirror's Edge level, which is wrong as well. Because it's unfair if you want to get a Mirror's Edge parkour in a Dying Light game, because Mirror's Edge is strictly built for parkour, while Dying Light is a zombie game that have a parkour feature. So I feel like, you know, for Dying Light 2, I don't really have a lot to say other than let's wait for the release. Let's see how it plays for the first couple hours, and hope it's gonna be good, you know.
I do have something to say about the parkour so far from what I've seen in Dying Light 2. It seems like it's a lot more story-based.
True.
So I feel like there's not going to be much open world parkour like tracks.
Yeah. That's definitely one thing that I noticed as well from the trailers and everything. That is true. That is true. So you definitely if we like, based on the trailers that we see from the E3 or their own announcement trailer from previously that we watch on stream as well, they're trying a lot of new things that is not a thing in Dying Light 1, so which is good. You know, they're trying to bringing something new into the game, inventive and everything, like not just doing the same thing over and over. Far Cry. And you know, it's not inventive at all. Assassin's Creed, you know what I mean? So yeah, dude, I hated so much Dying Light. Seems like a good game, but the bugs fuck me over so much. The bugs was okay for me, I'm gonna be honest. The bugs was not bad, at least for me. There are some bugs, I'm not gonna lie, but it's not like, it doesn't make me rage quit or anything. It's like, it's either funny, like I remember one time I was playing with Gara, just this, we were driving the buggy, like it's a DLC by the way. We were driving the dune buggy throughout the fields and stuff like that, and there's like this very small stone thingy thing and then we ran into it, and a fucking car just like it was so good. It was so good. It's just straight up hilarious. But it is buggy kind of here and there. I kind of understand. I could still order a PS5 right now, but I would just play Spider-Man and Rift Apart and then throw it back in the box. Yeah, that's also the one thing that sucks about PS5 and Xbox. Well, Xbox is a different story, right? But PS5, yeah. I get what you mean. But hopefully, like I said, PS5 literally released in the COVID moment, kind of hit the peak COVID, and also scalpers. That's also a thing. So yeah, it's gonna be quite an interesting thing about PS5. For me right now, yeah, like True said, it's not worth it. At least like you can ask most of the people that actually have a PS5 right now, they probably just play 2-3 games and then it's probably collecting dust, unless they're playing like a multiplayer game, endless multiplayer game. What the fuck? What makes sound? So it's like a Hatsune Miku reference. Oh. Ow! Okay. I punched my wall again. Alright. Wait. What? Wait, my camera... Wait, oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Wait, was I muted? Earlier? Did you hear me say Hatsune Miku reference to you? Oh, okay. Never
Yes,
mind.
they did.
Okay. I thought I accidentally pressed mute. What the fuck? 600 base price for 3 games. I'm gonna skip. All the backs I found about making zombies fly way further than they should. I'll say the new COD was definitely made for the next gen console. You'll play like 3 games Vanguard and on a PS5 it overheats. That's true. That is also true. So yeah. I cannot turn around. God damn it. But yeah. Xbox only for peeps like me who want 120 FPS in Halo but won't drop 3,000 to get it. I feel like Xbox in general, like in terms of like which consoles to get if you don't want to spend a huge amount of money for gaming, I feel like Xbox is definitely much more worth it because you got a lot more features wise, right? And Xbox Game Pass specifically has been a lot. They're giving a lot of fucking stuff for the subscription shit. Personally, for me, for PC, and I also saw the Xbox version. Like, you just get a lot of stuff. It's crazy. They're literally losing money for it. They're literally losing money just so that a lot more people buy their consoles. It's crazy. But then again, they're Microsoft. You know? Their money flows like rainbows. Game Pass is definitely worth fuck PlayStation. The only thing that I feel like PlayStation would be worth it is if you really like their exclusives. That's the only thing I would say. Because, you know, especially PS4, like they have games that I really, really want to play. Spider-Man, fucking Ghost of Tsushima. Dude, Ghost of Tsushima, fucking sexy. The gameplay is so fucking sexy, dude. Like I'm really into those kind of. What the fuck, that scared me. The kind of like single player with a very cinematic experience, especially PlayStation style. So that was, yeah. Last of Us 1 or 2 is the only thing I really like, but all of it. Yeah. Like those kind of games that I really, really, especially like, you know, God of War, stuff like that. It was really, really good. So they do have like really decent exclusive. But if you're willing to pay the price for that few exclusives, that's the only problem, you know? So that's the only thing. We're just taking selfies, huh? Why does it look like that? Wait, what? What did you... What did you do to it? Why does it look like that? Interesting. You should frame that. Oh my god. Oh, I think it's just the camera. Yeah, it's dank as fuck. It's so broken. There you go, you get your Samsung Galaxy phone back. Hold up, I need to make the camera feels like more of a podcast style. How do I... dude, VRC camera is so static. Oh, I know. Hold up. Give me a sec. PlayStation. Anchor World. No. Wait. Okay, what the why are you so good at this dang shit? I swear to God. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Oh my God, beautiful, beautiful. That deserved to be right here. Alright, yeah. Anyway. Here. Good stuff, good stuff. You did a good job. 100%. Oh my God. Game Pass was made out of desperation to save a dying brand. It had to be the best thing. Exactly. Not gonna lie, before Game Pass, no one gave a shit about Xbox other than Xbox owner. Now, I sub to Xbox Game Pass for months now. That shit's so good. That shit has been so good for me. I know it's weird. I never thought I would sub to Game Pass, but here I am. It's been crazy. They've been doing really good, but I bet they also lose a lot of money. I bet, like they bought Bethesda, they asked a lot of indie devs to release their game on Xbox Game Pass. Like they're losing a lot of money as much as like Epic Games as well. Probably not as much, but you know what I mean. So yeah. Dude, I have a session tomorrow. Guess who is writing like crazy because he forgot? Oh no, Raku. Good luck, man. I got you can ask me for inspiration anytime, or K. Sometimes K's can, you know, yeah. D&D stuff. Conquer? Dude, even I jump ship went from 360 to PS4 and a daily 5 crash stuttering menu and 300 error logs make me run back to Xbox after 3 years. I see. It is what it is. Kay actually gave me an idea once, a trap for my players, which they hated it so much. Nice. Oh shit. Nice. Oh my God. Am I pretty now? Yes. Yes, true. You're very pretty. Oh my God. Dude, if you want, if you do extra or some, you know, extra D&D session that, you know, with new players, you know, Kay, I've been talking about it as well. I'm down. I'm kind of interested. Only if you're interested as well. I'm kind of down. I only have like 3 games, like tutorial games. Like last year, I have like a DM. What? Wait, did I disconnect it? What the fuck? Wait, I'm not though. Yeah, I'm not. I just got disconnected from VR chat. The fuck? That was weird. My camera is still over there. I don't know what happened. VR chat just said disconnected from the server. But my internet is fine. I think it's just VR chat being VR chat. Don't worry about it. I did have a lot of fun on PS4, but for fuck's sake, the OS is broken as fuck. This miracle doesn't catch on fire. A lot of people make fun of PS4 being a jet plane because the fan goes so fast and so loud. It's like, you know, the fucking memes on YouTube, like people turn it on as like, and then suddenly you're in a fucking jet plane, you just fly. Oh my god. I'm gonna do them for a close friend that speaks Spanish, but it will be interesting to do one on English. Yeah, if you want to. Because Kay told me, right? And it was like, yeah, Raku is a DM. I was like, what? Because here's the thing. Last year, around 2019 and stuff, an old colleagues of mine at work was a DM. Like he's a avid D&D guy. And he DM for a lot of people in a local D&D restaurant. So like there's a restaurant or a cafe where on the first floor you order food and everything, and then you can hang out in the second floor and play D&D. It was really fucking cool, by the way. We went there once. It's pretty fucking sick. Like there's a lot of fucking figures, a lot of fucking maps and tables and everything. It was so good, dude. And we've been there twice, but basically we just do like a tutorial run. And then a couple months later, he re-signed. We haven't got a chance to play it again, so I'm down to, like, now I'm just curious about D&D. I want to learn about it, you know? Opening new card game shit to goes to the moon. Of the mean thread of headphones can save me. True. I have like 1 year and 3 months experience, something like that. Oh, that's considered experience, though, right? I don't know. I think that's considered experience. Yeah. But yeah, only if you're down to do the one in English, since you said you only been doing it with your close friend speak Spanish. I mean, Kay kind of speaks Spanish, but I don't. So yeah, it has to be in English yeah. That's the thing. I have some bad experience with tutorials because I did one shot that lasted a month. My players fucked the whole city and killed half the civilians. Interesting. What the fuck? What did you teach them? Oh my god. Kinda. Okay. It's just, you know. It's what the fuck you. Okay, I cannot fucking this one. But yeah. Holy shit. Hold up. It's getting really cold here. I teach them the basics, but they're all chaotic as fuck. First session they had a brawl in the tavern and then killed the whole police station. What the fuck? That sounds cool. Chaotic neutral, by the way. At some point they throw a 2-story building in their heads. The fuck? Okay, that's actually sounds awesome. You're just jealous you don't look as good as me. No, I'm not looking at you. Whatever, dude. Yeah, D&D session seems kind of fun. I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down. I actually almost got into some D&D stuff as well a few months ago, but because of a different time zone, it's been really hard to try to join them. So I kind of like, I'm good, you know, because most of them are from NA, and I'm from Southeast Asia. It's like they only start when I was about to go to sleep, so I kind of like, you know what, I'm good. You guys can keep going, you know. So yeah, the time thingy is gonna be a thing as well. Red been sweating and now he's cold and coming sick. I'm fine. Oh god. You know the memes of D&D that players do weird shit? I had all that in 1 month. Oh no. I mean, I guess it's a given, I guess. I don't know. Is it? I guess it's part of D&D stuff. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think I'm getting sick a little bit. Hopefully not though. Hold up. What are you guys doing over there? Let me get in the middle. Alright, there we go. Where did you remove the amazing face? Oh my god. Wait, no. Over here. There. This is so weird. Oh my god. Weren't you gonna end 2 hours ago? Well, you wanna say anything about it? Don't worry about it. Like right now, this is basically what I do off stream usually, but because you know right now I kind of hang out with you guys and this guy's also in the chat or watching the stream, so. But I usually, after I end the stream, I hang out in VR chat as well for the past couple of days now, or weeks. So yeah, I'm basically just chilling, except on stream. So it's no different. Don't worry about it. Overwatch time, dude. I'm dead as fuck for Overwatch. I won't be able to focus on everything. It's probably just gonna throw if I do it. But yeah, if you want to do a session, I don't know if my English is the best for what I do, but we can try. The thing is that you got to be at least 3 players. I think I have one more friend, right? That want to do that as well. I'll ask him. You still down for it? Okay. If Raku wanna DM us, yeah. I have one more guy that have been really wanna like. He's kind of hype with thingy thing as well. The D&D session stuff. He have more experience than me, so probably gonna help me and stuff like that as well. So it's gonna be cool. We'll see. Never DM for a mute before, but I guess it's okay. I mean, it's gay. You know, it's fine. And she played some D&D as well, so she knows her thing already. Right? You played a lot, right? Yeah. Never thingy thing. Okay, dude, come on. You guys keep making fun of my thingy thing. What the fuck, man? Thingy thing, dude. It's just my thingy thing, man. Come on. It's my thingy thing, dude. She played 3.5, I believe. 5 Huh? 5th version is a bit more different. Simple as fuck compared to 3.5. Okay, I don't know any of this. What is this? Explain it to me a little bit more. I don't know variation of D&D. I didn't know what I was playing either. I forgot. Basically D&D versions, okay. Well, let me change some music while we're at it. This music's getting me a little bit sleepy. Well, we're talking about some fun stuff. There we go. There we go. It's a lot more fun song. Sorry. But I'm a boomer. I come from 2 to 3.5 mostly. Jesus. Experience. 3.5 was the most popular and the most complicated. We don't talk about 4th and Interesting. You guys have that as well, huh? Interesting. Okay. 5th edition is, in my opinion, the best one because it's less technique and more centered in role and having fun. Of course. 3.5, you could do some nerd shit and that was super interesting and hella OP, but quite complicated for some players. I don't share that opinion. 3.5 for the win. Well, obviously, because you have most experience in that one, right? But I feel like here's the thing. Right now, I have like barely any experience, right? Hold up. Give me a sec. I have barely any experience in a way. And there's got to be a lot of times where I'm going to ask, right? So, what should I do? How do I do this? How do I do that? Can I do this? Can I do that? So I feel like it's up to you. Do you think we should do 3.5 or 5th? Because you guys know better, obviously, than me, right? Okay. Hold up. Oh, God. There we go. Oh, fuck. Fitta helvete, jävla. Hold on. My excess overlay and my in-game have the same bind for grip. Okay, there we go. 5th is way easier for new and more casual player. 5th is best for newbies by far though. I don't play 3.5 to be honest. 5th is easier and give me more freedom and stuff. Also, I do some homebrew rules that makes more sense than the book. Nice. Alright. I'm down. That sounds fun. Fuck. This face. Okay, I'm done. That sounds fun. Oh, D&D, huh? Cool shit. It's gotta be cool. Oh my god, dude. The grip. Oh my god, so annoying. So sensitive. Hold up. The range of the grip is so long. Like my dick. Okay, sorry. Wait, forget something. Do, 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 do. Oh man. Keep running out of space. So I keep recording everything. Why can't I just delete everything, dude? Fuck. 1 second, chat. How much battery do I have? Okay. 50%. Holy shit, VR chat drains more battery than the other VR games. That's actually interesting. I played that pistol whip game for 2 hours, and it was still 90% or 80%. I'm in VR chat for like how long? I don't even know. It's like not even 2 hours, and it's already 40%. God damn. Probably because of it drains a lot more performance because of like lack of optimization in general. Do a backflip, I'm getting sleepy. I got you, bro. I don't have backflip, I'm sorry. Never mind. This avatar doesn't have a backflip. Okay, can you backflip? No. Sorry, chat. No backflip. What the fuck is this song? Oh, Jesus Christ. I cannot even press next on my songs. Hold up. What the fuck? Okay, there you go, Chad. You got something. It's oh my god. Oh, you guys cannot see that. Oh, it's such a shame. Jesus. I'm looking at some things behind that couch. Oof. Oh my. Oh my fucking god. Oh shit. There you go, chat. This is VR chat. Oh, Nezuko. Oh, that's a pretty outfit. What the fuck? I had that avatar so much Yuki's used for curse shit so many times. Which one? The one Pseudo use? Wait, hold on. Music's a little bit too loud. Just a tiny bit. The one that's twerking, yeah. Is a type of there you go, Saints. You wanted it, Pseudo gave it. You requested it. Oh my god. Hey, Saints, you gotta get used to it. This is VR chat, alright? And since I have a VR now, you're gonna see a lot more of this, alright? I'm sorry. It's just a shame that I haven't streamed VR chat back then. I don't do that a lot because there's a lot more crazy stuff back then that just not. Yeah. I unfollowed. The phone looks like. What the fuck? That's fucked up. Can someone play In the Eye of an Angel? In the eye of an angel. What is going on in the stream right now? Fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh, fucking tired, dude. Hey, what up, SX? Look at Pseudo. What happened to my streamer? He got a VR. What she said. Hello. How you doing, SX? How's your Christmas? Pseudo went from chat IRL to this. Oh, fuck. I keep gripping things. Yep, that's Pseudo. Whoa, whoa, chill, chill. Oh my god. Red never touched grass again after these days. Dude, there's no grass even if I want to touch something. There are some plants, but I don't have grass here. Not in my apartment. Unfortunately. It sucks. I gotta drive quite a while to get to a nearby park with my bike. What up, Forts? How you doing? Was that pic on the right? It's a gorgeous lady. Unfortunate things happen. In the eyes. Oh my god. Don't worry about it. There's been some things happening. That's me, I passed away in VR 10 minutes ago. Oh my god, Pepe Hens. I get indoors grass for cats, so I don't even need to go outside. Sigma power. That's a fake grass though. Oh man, you guys keep talking about pets. I really want some pets, man. Like an actual indoor pets. But I need to move out first to a bigger apartment if I want to own a pet. Because my room is just too small. It's just, I don't have enough room for it. But once I move out... Once I move out, I'll be able to get a bigger room so that if I have a cat, they can run around. as much as they want. You see what I mean? He thinks about grass in his apartment, never going out to touch grass. No. I live like in a very meh area. Like if I want like real grass shit, like I live in a big city type of shit. Like if I want to like legit grass shit, I gotta drive to a nearby park. You have no idea. I'm actually serious. Like people have their own personal garden, but park I have to like drive quite a bit in this area. It sucks. Living in a big city, dude. I'm at work. What's going on? We're just chilling. This is one of those channel that probably in the VR chat category that is, you know, different. I bet every single VR chat streamer right now that is in the category is having a full body tracking and just like moving around and dancing, or you know, and probably I'm the only one that's just sitting with this amazing picture on my left. Welcome to Rat Trap VR chat stream. It's real grass, I grew it myself. Oh damn, okay. Props. Wait, you are the red girl? I thought that was Pseudo. You were in the first person mode. No, I have a camera right here. Like right there. Yeah. It's a camera, so it's like a third person. It's like an IRL just chatting session right now. That's how I treat VR chat stream, as a just chatting stream, essentially. Sheesh, Pseudo. Holy fuck. You got some dumpster. God damn. Chat, don't look. Nah, dude, Mirror Stream is the true VRC stream. The OG, yes. But the current meta, nah. I feel like Mirror Stream, this is just, I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Ow, 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 ow. Is that Knuckles dancing on your arm? What? Oh, here? Wait, this one? Actually, never take a look. Let's see. What is it exactly? It's not Knuckles, it's a doggo. Very derpy doggo. It's kind of cute, actually. Ooh, I really like this avatar. I really like this one. It's so good. It's a seal? Is it? I guess so. It looks like a doggo. Huh? Oh, the hair. I can't tell. I think it's a red dog. I think it's supposed to be Knuckle, but in a form of that meme. Like, you know, it's VR chat. Of course, it's got to reference Knuckles. You know what I mean? But the only reason I'm using this avatar is it's very optimized, but it still looks good. And you know, okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Chad. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There we go. Now I can see your face. So hey, chat. Holy shit! It's already 3 a.m. What the fuck? I drank coffee, so I'm not even sleepy. Fucking hell. If I'm not too tired from Pistol Whip earlier, I would probably go for a game right now. But like, I'm on a lazy mode, but I'm not sleepy tired kind of shit. What can we do? What can we do? Any idea, chat? React Andy? Dude, if we react Andy at this hour, it bound to be some food react Andy. You know what I mean? Ow. Okay, let me see something. Let's see. See, this is why I don't really stream VR chat, because this is all I do. I just hang out with people, talk. It's just some talk session. So, you know, it's basically just chatting for me. You know. Oh, okay. How about... Okay. Let me bring you guys to a world that is pretty cool. You guys down? It's pretty fucking sick. Alright. Okay, Sudo, we're hopping. We gotta try some worlds. What the fuck? Ow. What the ow, my hair. Ow. Got to it. Hold up, oh my god, dude. I really consider cutting my hair right now. Oh, medium long hair is so fucking annoying to manage. Alright, sorry. What? Oh my gosh. I thought you were gonna do something else for a sec. Okay. Alright. I cannot edit follower emotes? I don't know. Maybe it's just not possible? I actually have no idea. Alright. Fitta helvete. Can I react through VR chat? It's probably gonna be a mess. Alright, you guys joining? Alright. By the way, I learned some sign language again earlier today. It's pretty nice. It's kind of. Hold up. Let me show it to you guys. In a bit. Does anyone in the chat know sign language? Let's see if I still remember. It's literally my day 2. Okay. Look at this shit, dude. What the fuck is that? Actually, that song is good. We can go with that one. There we go. Welcome to. I don't even know how to call this. Hold up. Let me use a world anchor. It's kind of very weird thing. Ah shit! It's auto level. Hold up. It's not a pool. It's more of a. I don't even know what to call this. It's weird.
It's a slimy bed.
Yeah, it's slime-ish. It's kind of weird though because it doesn't resist, so we just kind of like press it down. Cum pool, yes. Borpa spin. Basically, this is my private cum pool. It sounds weird to say out loud. I shouldn't say that out loud. Does VRC have a theater that can play Links? Well, Fitta. We're looking at it right now. But it's gonna be complicated to make it look like you guys can see me while seeing the video. So I don't know about that, dude. You know? This is so weird. It's like one of those Destiny IRL stream. Put in VR chat. Oh my fucking god. It looks so weird though because look, my leg's just pressing down. It doesn't resist. But it would be cool if it can show like some resistance. But it's probably the FPS probably pretty bad for you guys right now because it's just physics based. I have like 20 FPS, so it's really bad. But it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, you know. Shang Haley come. Nice. IRL stream for the lifeless. What the fuck? It's kinda fucked up, dude. Come on. But yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty sick. Oh yeah. Mary, you know ASL, right? Shit. Ow. Did you get that? Did you get what I just said? That's rude. That's rude. Is that pseudo? Yeah, this is pseudo. No, it's not pseudo. Wait, where's Kate? She left?
AFK.
Oh, AFK, okay. And then... I cannot do metal hand here. Because it got replaced by this. What else? What else did I learn? Oh! Ah! You guys know what that means? I drink coffee. Ah. See, I'm learning, dude. I'm learning. What else? So, okay, I'm gonna show you guys some stuff. So this means hi or hello. Hello, what's up? Or this is what's up. Oh wait. That means what's up. Are you practicing to become a mute? I practice to speak to some mute. It's actually a thing. In VR chat, there's a world dedicated to learn sign language. It's pretty fucking cool, actually. Like, there's a world that's built based on community, and they do class every fucking day. It's fucking amazing, dude. It's cool as fuck. First the avatar, then the muse. Before you know it, he orders skirts from Etsy. Well, if I get partnered, I will. I have to. Exclamation partner. Share the stream to your mom and dad and grandma if you want it to happen. Okay. This is hi. This means how are you doing? I think, yeah. How are you doing? What else? Wait, I think, yeah. This means yes. So, and this means no. Okay, I cannot do peace sign in this one either. This means I like it. Like I like it. I like that. Like how's the context to do it? Rather not show this to dad. What? This pretty ladies? There we go. This pretty ladies? What else? Fuck, I forgot the meanings. I learned a lot, but I forgot because it's been only 2 days. Oh, this means fuck. This means friends. Friend. Alright? Friend. Lovers. Homie, yeah. Homie. You. Oh, fuck. You. Me. Friends, chat. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Dude, this camera is so fucking scuffed. Like, oh my god. Stop. Okay, hold up. Give me a sec. Let me just... This is so scuffed. Like, it's so hard to manage this shit. Okay, I'll just use it like this. There we go. It's kind of a... I don't know. Okay, that works. That works. Mr. Streamer's my friend. Yeah, chat. You guys are my friend. Okay, not in that way. No, I mean... Okay, let's not... You know, not in a parasocial thing, right? We talked about this before, chat. Okay? It's not in a parasocial thing. But, you know, when we're chilling, we're friends. Okay? This song is so... This song is so... Hold up. This song is not helping. Pseudo do the lady things too rad? What? What lady things? Okay, alright. We gotta calm down. We gotta calm down. Alright, we're still on stream, alright? Okay, we gotta calm down. Oh my fucking god. The fucking Raku, stop clipping shit. Oh my fucking god, you guys.
Please cut the ringing. It sounds kind of like
We got a follower because of that. MTM555. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Okay. You guys gotta fucking calm down. I swear to fucking god. Oh my god. No, I can't. No problem. How are you? I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. As you guys can see, I'm chilling with Two pretty ladies. Yeah. Very nice. Maybe I should do this more. Okay. Listen. Jesus fucking Christ. This camera angle's not helping either. Help! Wait, hold up. How many? Okay, 15 of you guys. I'm not even gonna. Okay, whatever. Alright, how you guys doing, chat? How you guys doing? What's up? What's up? Hold up. Wait, what's going on? I'm wondering what is happening down there since we cannot see. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, what is going on? Hold up. I just got gold medals for kills as Moira in Overwatch, and then I look over and see this shit. These two pretty ladies? Alright, I should stop. Someone should get some pillows and it looks like you're in bed under a blanket. Kinda. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Get an exorcist instead. You're in a lady avatar too? Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah. I mean, they cannot really see it because I kind of, you know. But yeah, okay, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I do have another avatar, but you probably don't want to see it. The Spidey one. Oh my god. The Spidey and the baby. No. Exactly. You guys don't want to see it. Trust me. Takes K's advice. The avatar's more masculine than Red. Okay, dude. Shut the fuck up, chat. What did you say? Huh? Did you say something, huh? Huh, motherfucker? Huh? Alright. Alright, settle down. Settle down, yeah? Settle down, yeah? Spider-Man Avengers. When you getting the baby avatar again, dude? Kay hates it. I haven't used it ever since. Oh, fuck off, Kay. Are you really gonna do this? Are we really gonna do this? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh, Sudo as well. Oh my god. Alright, chat, we got two pretty boys, I guess. Why am I doing this? God damn it. I like that hair, by the way. It's actually pretty nice. Yeah. I need to take a picture of that later. I can use that for drawings. Iraku, you need to stop. Why are you so active clipping when it comes to this? I swear to fucking God, dude. You always mislead me. Chat, right now we're in the VR chat categories. There's gonna be a lot of people, a lot of new people looking at this, and you guys are making this worse. You guys are not even helping. I swear to God, chat. Oh my fucking God. After that night, he couldn't sit down. What are you guys doing? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Can we calm down? Can we calm down? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my fucking God, dude. Why am I streaming VR chat? Why am I doing this? Oh my God. I'm like having your stream on my second monitor and thinking, imagine if my dad walks in and says hi, what would he be thinking? I mean, I don't know. I don't know anymore, dude. It's just boys hanging out. We're playing some Super Mario 64 right now. Behind the screen. On my N64. You guys just cannot see it. You guys are looking at the webcam. But I'm actually playing SM64. I'm doing a speed run right now. You changed, man. Shut the fuck up, Cell. I have no control of this. Shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking God. Red, go in male form too. You do not want to see my only male avatar. You do not want to see it. Do you guys want to see it? Do you guys really want to see it? Do you guys want to see it? Okay. You guys ready? I'm only gonna do this once. Alright? This is my only male avatar in this whole library. Well, technically two. But you guys already seen it with the other one before. Alright. 3, 2, the hell of it. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I wanna fucking die, dude. I fucking. Yo, have you guys seen my movie recently? Spider-Man Far From Degen. This looks so fucking weird, dude. I don't... Hold up. Where are you guys going? The party's over? Spidey's here? No? Spider-Man. Spider-Man. No? Okay. Alright. Let me change back. Oh my god. Oh, I'm short. Yo. Oh, this is not my avatar. Oh, whatever. You're too far. Come here. There we go. He just insulted in that language, but that's everything he knows. Yeah, that's the only thing I know. I've been practicing myself to speak, to swear in Swedish, to stop, to. So, this might sound dumb, but I've been doing this because I don't want to swear. I've been accidentally like swearing in front of my parents and shit, like, fuck, shit. Like I swear the weirdest shit. Like if you're like a long-time viewer, the things I said, it's just weird. Like, fuck me, So, instead, I've been adopting just Swedish swear words. Fitta. Helvete. Din jävla fitta. So, not a lot of people understand, but now I'm unconsciously, when I get pissed, when I get scared, I say these words. And when I say it in front of my mom and other people, it's just like, it's like, what the fuck did you say? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Pretty nice. He really likes Forsen, that's why. Actually, he picked it up from PewDiePie. It's been a thing for 6 years now. I've been doing that. Oh, sorry, I switched avatar. But I picked it up from PewDiePie, yeah. I used to watch him a lot. And I was like, I think I can just use his swear words. And I picked it up. It's been pretty nice. I've been saying Javla Fitta in front of my mom and my dad and my grandma. Because I unconsciously say it sometimes and they don't understand. It's nice, Because if I say fuck, my grandma's like, hey, what's your word, sonny boy? So yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I have like 50 clips of you saying fuck me in the ass. I mean, on stream, I don't mind, like I can't, like, people, in my stream, it's whatever, it's whatever. I just, like, I don't want to say fuck me in the ass in public IRL. You know what I mean? That's what I'm been trying to avoid. Exactly. This is what I've been trying to avoid. So, yeah. What are you guys doing? I Danish, know some Swedish. Ah, I see. Yeah, well, I see a lot of Swedish curse words. And that's the reason. Now you guys know. Mute during the night, superhero during the day. Exactly. I sleep talk, so I learned to do it in English. Nice. How do you sleep talk? Okay, never mind. That's sleep talk. Okay. This is very Monka. I mean, as long as you guys keep this on, all right? Just keep this pants on, all right? Just don't. This, No, Suno. I swear to fucking God, Suno. Oh my God, I'm so fucking done, dude. I saw it. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Fucking hell, Suno. Fucking hell. To be honest, it's probably the tamest VR chat stream. Not gonna lie, it's probably like, if you consider the other VR chat stream, mine probably the most tame right now. If we're being honest here. Didn't do no, dude. I saw it. Never mind. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, chat, let's be honest, if you guys go to VR chat category right now, this is probably the tamest shit that you can see right now on the VR chat category. Like, they're taming you alright. Okay, that's not what I meant. Like if you guys go browse the category, like, you know what I mean, right? So, no, you know what I mean. Like, yeah. Hmm. Okay. This is like borderline. I swear to God, this is like borderline. Okay. I swear. I mean, oh my God, I'm so fucking scared right now, dude. I get it. It's fine. I get it. It's fine. Oh my God. Alright. I get it. Alright, come here. It's fine. Alright. There it is. There's a lot of e-girls, but this is the only stream with a pool of cum and two almost naked guys with a chick in the middle. That's true. Basically. In the stream, if you ever see that much, don't scare him, K. Yeah, exactly. I just, you know. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's voluptuous. Oh my God. What time is this? 3:40. Kind of tired, dude. We're ending in a bit. Let's make it like 4. I mean, we're chilling. Nah, I'm friends with people way more wholesome than you degens. I mean, not wrong. All right, give me your. Well, what the fuck?
Papa?
Oh my. Okay, I am. You got the wrong guy.
Mamba?
No. Oh my god, where's the mom? Oh my god, the mom left. You left your son here? Oh my god. So small. Yeah. We got a lost child here. We got a lost child situation. Oh my god. Where's the mom? Where's Kay? She AFK? Oh my god, dude. I need to hydrate again. My water's empty again. I've been drinking a lot today, holy shit. I've been pushing it today, Chad. I've been really pushing it. Honestly. I should end the stream earlier, but I don't get a lot of holidays like this, so, you know, might as well give it a go. See what's up. And then on Monday, we're gonna go back to the old routine and bada bing, bada boom. Ah, fuck. Well, it is what it is, though. You changed. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It do be like that. It do be like that. Wait, what is that ear icon?
Ear icon? Where?
I see ear icons on U and K in room. If you go to social and go to in room, there's an ear icon.
Oh, that's... It's mean that we're unmuted.
Huh. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. All right, I gotta refill my water, so I'm gonna be right back real quick. Yeah. All right, Chad, you got this missing child. All right.
I got this. Okay.
Okay. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, God.
That was an interesting.
Whoa.
How you call it? Sound. Hello.
What happened?
This is your chat. Nothing.
Okay, where's the fucking cam?
I played piano for like 3 minutes. The camera's still there. Okay.
The main thingy thing.
Other thing.
For me.
Okay, the watch thingy thing. Find it.
Wait, what the hell? Okay, Nani? Oh my god, my right hand. Okay, there you go. The tracking keeps loose. Okay, there you go. Okay, I think there's something wrong with my controller. I keep losing tracking. And the chat is gone. What the hell? Huh? What the fuck? There we go. Pseudo censoring the breasts. Meanwhile, he dig his head into them. Nice. Hey, what's up, Velt? How you doing? Alright, chat. I'm getting tired. I think we can chill here, yeah? What time is this? 4. Yeah, we're getting on that time. So, yeah. How you doing? We're at first person. Oh! Boom. There we go. Sorry about that. The fuck? Okay, interesting. Okay, but yeah, I think we're gonna chill here, chat. How long have we been streaming? 7 hours, dude. Jesus Christ. 7-hour stream. Pretty pog. I'm half dead. So yeah. That was fun though, that was fun. This VR chat rare stream. It's yeah. Consider you guys consider yourself lucky, chat. I don't do this a lot. I'm decent red. Nice, nice. Good shit. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. But yeah. I won't be streaming tomorrow, chat. We're gonna chill. I'm gonna see you guys on Monday. Hopefully, if I'm not overworking and shit. If not Monday, that means Tuesday. Alright, as usual. I got another project on Monday, so there's a chance I might not stream on Monday. Alright? Probably just gonna chill. But as always, if you're new here, don't forget to follow the stream. You know, might as well. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram. You know, all that kind of stuff. What else? Join the Discord if you want to hang out with the peeps in the chat off stream. You know, join us. And check out rattrap.live. We have a website dedicated for VODs, so you guys can watch streams from the past on that website. including chat as well. Did you know? And it doesn't expire. So you guys can watch all the old stuff. Well, since last month. So check out rattrap.live. Everything's over there. The past stream. I got my SoundCloud, my music and stuff, Instagram and everything. You guys can check out rattrap.live. Alright? And that's about it. I think that's about it. Thanks for the clips. Yeah, don't worry about it, Raku. Don't worry about it. Say bye-bye to these guys, Sudo and Veldis, and then K. I think K already left. Thank you for the VR chat experience, you guys. Especially K and Sudo. That was something. That was something. Thank you, thank you. That was fun. And True as well, who joined earlier. Thank you. Thank you. And I will see you guys on Monday. Alright? If not Monday, Tuesday. Alright? Monday or Tuesday. We'll see. I'll let you guys know over on Twitter or Discord. Okay? There it is. There it is. Too bad we just need K here. It would be a perfect outro. Alright. Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you, Raku, Yuki, Saints, Veld, Mary, True, K, who else? So many people that I forgot to mention or lurking in the chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Merry Christmas, by the way. Hope you guys are having a nice day, hanging out with family, friends, or loved ones. All right. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you guys and everyone else. Enjoy your holiday. Yeah. Yeah, get that quality time. All right. Send love to people around you because it's Christmas. It's Christmas, man. All right. And I'll see you guys on the next one, either Monday or Tuesday. All right. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter because I'll let you guys know over there. All right. I'll see you guys on the next one. Gotta do desktop so I can change to outro. Bam. Professional streamer. God damn it, Suno. Alright, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Kabloop. Bye.